we can hide that. Let's go to this. Hello. Okay, there that is. There's that. Let's try that again. Hello. I see we have some people. Just sign into chat and at least tell me that you can hear me and see me and all of that. Yeah. Hey, hey. How we doing? All right, there we go. We got people coming in. That's good. So today I'm just kind of cleaning this model up. So if, once again, anyone has any questions, we can do that without a doubt. I'm just trying to, I've got to send this to a new caster. And you always send the hardest piece you can send to new casters to see if they can deal with it. But it looks like his work's been doing good. Great, great, great. So now I don't see anyone from Twitch. So someone from Twitch, speak up, say hi, tell me what's going on, and then I know that we are all settled. Or not. Hey, hey, how's it going? No one on Twitch yet who's willing to chat? Yeah, this is, as far as I'm concerned, the best material, because a lot of material, you know, they have the highlights and lowlights baked into them. And so this is the most realistic material as to what you're actually going to get out of your printer. So I find this to be the best material. It's Mod Dirty Blue. You can find it at the Pixologic Materials Library and References. Still no one from Twitch? Anyone on Twitch, would you please sign in and tell me that you can hear me so I know that Twitch is good? Oh, okay. Twitch just doesn't want to be cooperative today, it seems. Hey, there we go. Great. I was like, we gotta have some people. Ooh, what is that? That's a problem. All right. Oh, I know what that is. You got to make sure that when you set your history, I was using history on this ring. And so I had a history state set here. See? And so when I was working on this, it was throwing it back to that history state. Hey guys, how's it going? So tonight, at least for the beginning, I'm going to be working on cleaning this up a little. That may not be super exciting, but know that ask any questions and I'll be happy to stop what I'm doing here and answer any questions. This is just something I kind of have to get done. Oh no, this one right here is awesome. For those of you who, I'm working on the wrong model. That might be. So, as you'll notice, I'm going to send this to print. Under normal circumstances, I want my model going to print to be in that 1 million poly range. And actually, I don't have the real model with me. This is the model I have, and as you can see, it's been decimated, right? So this is a decimated model. And so I'm trying to get, you can see how we have this detail, and it's nice. And I can use this model. But I wanted a new model with different geometry, right? Because I'm going to do some things to it. So I was experimenting and seeing how low I could get a model while coming back in. Whoa. Wow. Someone wrote a book. Well, I've sent things that are 3 and 4 million polys to my printer. I just find that if you keep your models going to print at around 1 million polys, and for most models, that's going to hold the detail. I mean, look, this is a 1 million poly model. And let's face it, how many people are really going to need more detail than that, right? So, I mean, look at this. These are 10th millimeter steps, and that's clean. You know what I mean? So, and look, this 1.4 million polys. So, obviously, 1 million polys in that decimation is carrying quite a bit of geometric information. All right, I have some questions. Why, when I use Ringmaster and I start with a size 9, using all the default settings from the plugin, I look at the subtool menu, it automatically titled the ring as 18 by 4. But when I go to Print Hub and click Update Size Ratio, No, it's not a big deal. You know what? That is a good question. So hold on. Let us see. So Ringmaster's tricky. Here, let's just quick save this, and we'll hop to Ringmaster, and then we'll just come back to this. Because Ringmaster's tricky because what it does is starts a new, so we go to Ringmaster. What size did you say you wanted? You want a size 9. Now we're going to come here, go size 9, enter. Boop. 18, 4 by 7, 26, 26 by 7. Oh, why that's happening is because you probably have your mandrel in there. Because that's, I think, 26. Here, let's just do it. So we got, you want 7, so thickness 2, 5, width 7, enter. 9, 2, 3, create a ring base mesh. Now this is going to create a new ZPR, so it's going to eliminate all of this work. You can append, but I find that appending gets weird. It's just better to let it do its thing. All right. Continue. Yes. Today's not the last Monday of the month, is it? Mike, is this the last Monday of the month? Am I supposed to be doing crits? You get me all confused here. No, we still have 2 more weeks until crits. You just freaked me out really bad, Mike. All right. And so let's, I must have it set to append. Okay, so sliders to subtool. 22.9, 22.9, 7. All right, let me do this real quick. Tools. So what I did is I initially took, because it does that, one of the problems is how Ringmaster was created. If it doesn't come in as its own, like if it doesn't create its own ZPR, sometimes the scale gets wonky. But the fact that it's reading 7 is leading me to believe somewhere we have the wrong scale when you're saying 18. Does it still say Pablo up there? Am I still Pablo? Hold on. Oh no, good. They got me. So what I did is I created my own ring sizes. And let's go to size 9. that's 9. There's size 9. And that is sliders to subtool. See, it's still saying 24 by 9. That's... Oh, because that's the mandrel. That's the inside hole. Sliders to subtool. Sorry, 18. See what I'm saying? So what that is you've added thickness to the... Sorry, I'm not... When I shift topics like that, I kind of get befuddled. And I should have just been able to tell you what the answer to this one is. So the thing is that the hole is 18.9, right? And what you're measuring is the ring. So the thickness of your ring is being added to that 18.9. That's why the 7's staying the same. But you're measuring the inside surface, not the outside surface. And when you sliders to subtool, right, it is going to give you the box measurement to the outside of the ring, right? So if you have 19 and you're adding 2 millimeters on either side, right, you're getting 20, 21, 21, 22, right? So did that make sense? Who was it? Oh, Stefan? No, yeah. Okay. You're always on when I have a question. I have always by default tried to make 3D assets as one object and subdividing the detail. Now with all this sculpting and texturing software, would you recommend piecing together sculpting detail, for example, individual boards and accents to frame, or sculpting in details such as cracks? No, because actually people do it very differently. I tend to try to keep everything to be a single model. But when I did, hold on, let's go back to what we had just started. Quick save. Let's go back to you. Boop. Nope. Well, the exact measurement is the mandrel, right? Okay. Sorry, I just changed it. So let's come to here. Because the exact measurement, so when you create the ring, right, you're going to get you're going to get a tool that looks like this, right? See, and it says 1894 by 2 by 2. And that is giving you that the text is telling you what size a size 9 ring is, right? But if you make a size 9 ring, the outer diameter of the size 9 ring, 18.9, you don't have thickness to your ring, right? That's the size of the hole. So if we go here, and you can kind of see this, right? This is actually the size 9, right? The mandrel is size 9. You're going to have thickness in your ring for it to function. So if you want a size 9 ring, no, it will never be 18.94 because that's the inside surface, right? Is that what you're asking? Because no. I didn't realize it. I mean, you know, when I brought the ring up, it took me a second to rewrap my head around what's happening there. So, you know, it's not. It's just, you know, you're like, oh, that's the measurement. It should be that measurement. And I said that too. It took me a couple seconds to figure out what was going on. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so let's go back to Gary. Where do I the ring hole maker mandrel? So within ZBrush, there is a plugin. Well, you have to download it from. Well, here you have to download it from Boop. I don't know if you know that this exists, but if we go to Pixologic, you go to support, you go to resources, plugins, boop. You can see okay, those are all the ones that come in with it. Yeah, Ringmaster right here. Sorry, I got distracted. I was like, oh, I forgot to put that one in. And so what I did was I took Ringmaster. You just download this and install it in your plugins folder, and it'll come in over here. All I did was I made size 5, made the ring, saved this as a ZTL. Size 10, saved this as a ZTL. And so all I did was make my sizes and half sizes here and just saved them in a folder because, like I said, how Ringmaster started, it creates its own scene with its own scale. And so sometimes if you're just appending into a scene, it can screw the scale up. It can do funny things sometimes. And I haven't had it do funny things, but at the beginning it did some pretty weird things. So I just went ahead and made my own ZTLs, and the ZTLs come in scale no matter what. It's solid. So I just created my own using Ringmaster. Yes. Okay, so I'm Steven. I'm going to give you one really important piece of advice. I know you probably know this, and please don't be mean to me by going, Tomas, of course that's what you do. But this is super important. And this is why so many casting houses say, I don't understand ZBrush. It has no scale. We get stuff in that comes into all kinds of wacky scales. How is it that no one knows how to use scale in ZBrush? Oh my God, there is no scale in ZBrush. Oh, how is there scale in ZBrush? Okay, and trust me, I've been doing this 17 years. I've heard it all. And so what happens is, let's say you have a couple things here. And you went, oh, slider's the subtool, right? And you got 1894, 1894, and 50, right? And then you go, okay, well, I'm going to work on this, and I work on this, and I make this a ring, and then I come over here, and I go send to preform. Do you see the problem right now? You have 25, 25, 25, right? You have to, and I do it like 3 times before I send anything out. You have to make sure that the last thing you touch, right? Because we measured this one up here, right? We're here, we updated size ratios, and that's 18.9, 18.9, 50, right? Well, now you've shifted to this subtool, and you've sculpted on it, and you've done your thing, and you know it's the right scale, right? So you come here and you go export to STL. It is going to do its damnedest to make this 18.9, 18.9 by 50, right? So 19.19 by 50. And your thing's going to be the wrong scale, okay? So you have to make sure that before you send anything out, that the subtool that you have selected is updated, is the size ratios are updated. And now this is the exact scale that it is going to send out. And it is as accurate to this 100,000th of a millimeter. Okay. ZBrush is incredibly accurate. It's stupid accurate because no one goes 5 decimal or 6 decimal points. That's 100,000th of a millimeter. That's not a real number. You know, I mean, in the real world, that doesn't happen. There's nothing that makes anything 100,000th of a millimeter accurate. So you have to make sure that the last subtool, even if you're sending all 3 out, right? You just have to make sure that the last subtool that you touch, the one that is selected at the moment, right? This has the eyeball on it. This is the one we have selected, right? You have to make sure to hit update size ratio. And I do it a couple times before I send it out. I just want to make sure. And now when you export STL, I have it set for everything visible. So I could, make all three of these. And as long as it has its base reference in the selected subtool, it will transfer that scale to all your other subtools. So you don't have to do it for every subtool. But you have to make sure that it's on the subtool that you have selected. And that's no joke. It happens all the time. This is the number one reason people say that ZBrush has no scale, because people forget to hit this button before they export. So, and then for those of us who do that, then you go around and you measure something else, and then you go back to the ring that you were working on, and then you export that, and now it's the wrong scale. So exporting accurate scale is this right here. You have to make sure you hit update size ratio before you push that export button. Oh, my sinuses are driving me nuts again today. All right. Boop. There are a number of ways of dealing with stone settings. I actually just literally drag it out. Once again, up here in my tools, I have stones, right? And so I have hundreds of custom gem cuts. Like here, we'll just go to oval cuts just to give you an idea of what. And I have it as a ZTL. I bring it in, I select it, I load it. And you can see that all of these are custom cuts. So boom, and let's just scroll down, right? And so I find the stone that is the closest cut, right? And then I will use Scale Master to get the exact size, right? You take a caliper to the stone, they'll give you the stone, and you just type in your measurements here, hit, okay, here, let's just go, first of all, turn all off. So this is the stone we want, or this is the closest to the cut we have, right? It has this weird facet on it, and so I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go append my stone. I'm going to come back here and delete all of these because we don't need them. Come here, delete my star. Sliders to subtool. So it's 2 by 1 by 1/6 or whatever. So let's say you know that they want this to be 2 by or 4 by 3. So we're going to turn this, okay, sliders to subtool. Turn the lock aspect ratios off. We're going to make this 4. We're going to make this 3. And then we know that it is 2.7 deep. Or 2.8 or 3.2 deep, 3.2, enter. And now resize subtool. For enter, make sure you push enters, 3 enter, 3.2 enter, resize subtool. Why are you doing that? How am I typing this number in wrong? I just love it when it works. It's always butter smooth. 5 mil. Okay, resize subtool. Sliders to subtool. Okay, there it is. I was typing it in wrong or whatever. So you can see that it's changed its ratios, right? And now I have the stone. I know I made it dramatic so you could see that it changed. But so now you have your stone here, and then there are all kinds of ways of setting it, just pulling prongs up, using it as a cutter. I mean, that's primarily how I deal with setting stones. if you really want to, if we want to go into like a more accurate ring setting demo, if you can hang out for just a little bit, let me get through some of these other questions, and then feasibly we can go back to this. It's just a little bit more involved than, hey, let's make a ring, you know. All right. Hello. Is my volume low? It says I'm redlining. How's that? Okay. While you have this project open, see how that ring is a size 9? Well, I like using the ring 3D in the gizmo to make my rings. Well, I mean, if you're using, you know, if you're using your gizmo, right? You just W, hit home, go here, go to cylinder, W, drag it out to kind of where you want it. Cylinder, get your hole in there, right? And just have it touch the surface. I mean, you know, that's going to be pretty darn close to accurate. You can get in there and see some of the airspace, but it's touching. You know, once again, if those little points are touching, you're fine, right? And then just W. Because the other thing that you're going to wind up doing is, usually I deal with my, here, split, group split, or split mass points, boom. So now we'll come here. I will flip my my mandrel, so it's negative normals, right? And because eventually when you're sculpting it, you're going to, at this point, I'm not going to worry about it, right? I'm not going to worry about it being that accurate, because you're going to move things, you're going to pinch things, you're sculpting, things are going to infringe on that ring size. So to retain my ring size, let's come over here, append my mandrel. How is nothing center? What the hell is going on in my world? No, for some reason my mandrels aren't center. That's bizarro. All right, but like I'm gonna come back in here. Wow, this is smaller than a 9. Tiny little ring. Who's making a tiny little ring? I'm going to come here. I'm going to grab this, go W. I'm going to try to get it, you know, as close to there as I can. Right? And then I'll just come in before the end, and I'll grab project. And I'll just come in and, oh, we have a history brush. Where's our history state? We have something that has a history state on. Is it here? Well, that's weird. None of these seem to be history stated. That's weird. One sec, let me do this real quick and just see what that's going. All right, so that's going there. All right, that's projecting. All right, I have no idea why it was acting weird. Okay, so we come here, and then you can turn on transparency so you can see through your thing. And what do we have here? What's going on? See, we have this ring as a history state in a different position. I didn't see anything in a history state. Hold on. Let's just reboot ZBrush. We have something's in a history state and I'm not seeing what it is. So I'm just going to kill this. And rebooting it. Sometimes there comes a point where you just reboot. Because sometimes your history states get weird, and if you're projecting, that history state's going to come back to haunt you, obviously. Okay. 2020. It's so awesome. I love 2020. All right, so let's go to quick save. Let's come back to here. Oh no, someone has a pet around here? Okay. Let me... Haven't been looking for a second. Okay. I know, I haven't... I keep forgetting to bring my dry erase markers. Because today I had meetings, so I left it... This is going to be a long day. I left it, like... Got up at around 7:30, 8, got here by 9, and I just totally forgot to bring my dry erase markers. All right. Use number 1, Ma Dirty Blue 1. The other one's too dim. Okay, so I want this to be a size 12.5. Okay, we know that it's roughly a 9.5, right? So, or 9. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to come in. Go to tools, go to my jewelry tools, go to rings by size, and I'm going to go 12.5 because I want one to wear. And now we'll take the mandrel, we'll bring this guy over here. Let's just append both of these to a new tool. Append my mandrel and append my skull. See, now what are you doing over there? I don't even know anymore. W, we're going to rotate you up 90 degrees. So we're going through the ring. That's not right. Hold on. Let's try this again. I'm being sloppy. Oh, I had symmetry on. That's why it centered it off center. Center, there we go. Remember that if you have symmetry on, here, let's drag this off again real quick. Right? Let's turn symmetry on. If you go center, if you go home, sometimes it won't take it to center. It'll take it to symmetry center. For God's sakes. This is going to be just a joyful day of me failing miserably. All right. Oh no, I sculpted all of these. I don't really use alphas. There's nothing wrong with using alphas, right? Part of why I became well known and why, I'm known for my work is that my work's very unique, and I sculpt everything. Like, I don't really use alphas for scales or any of that stuff. I hand do everything. And I think it just, your brain sees it, you know, because let's face it, there are only like 10 good scale alphas out there, and well, you use them, they're all the same. And also, you know, as an alpha bends and twists, the brain can see that that's not actually what happens, so it looks fake. You know, I just not the biggest alpha fan in the world. I will say that the new micro poly tool, I use that to create this mermaid, right? And the scales on that worked pretty good, but you can they're still distorted and strange. To use the micro poly and make it work right, you want to use squares, right? Because if it's not a square, the square distorts, because your original piece needs to basically be a square. And so if you want it to seam, it has to be. So to work out your base grid on that, it can happen. I'll show you that later. Yeah, it's just a nightmare. I just like sculpting. I'm a sculptor, right? I'd prefer to sculpt my stuff. And that way my stuff doesn't look like anyone else's, right? I'm never going to get caught. Hey, is that scale pattern number 7? You know? All right. So we have our little groover. Let's turn our ring on. Turn on transparency. And I'm just going to go. And for my skull rings, I literally just straight scale them. And I found that it works pretty good. I don't have problems with them. So I tend to just physically scale them. Now, sometimes when you scale them, right, these sides get pretty thick. And let's see how thick these are. That's 3 mil. That's not bad, honestly. For a ring this size, 3 millimeters is not, you know, a wall thickness that big is not that big of a deal. Sometimes if it is, like if this does get too big, you can easily come in 0.3 and use a big tool so you're not distorting your detail here. And then you can just kind of push these sides in, right? And now that's thinner on the side. You can kind of push this in if you want. You know, you can get it where your metal thicknesses are where you want them. And then when you come back here, as I said earlier about the sizing stuff, you can come here, take this, flip it, because in all of your projections, right, it's going to try to project from negative. So the positive normals are going to look for the closest, well, within the projection range, not necessarily the closest, negative normal. So if you want to do something like this, where we're trying to get the outside surface of this to match the outside surface of this, one of them needs to be flipped. So here, and now when we come here, I go to project, and you can see we can just come in and use projection, and we can do it by hand like this, right? Or you can just hit project all, but project all gives you this weird edge, right? See how it pulls? Because it's going to project on the outside. That's your projection distance right there. So it's dragging those last pixels out to that projection distance. So that's why I tend to, when I'm doing my sizing stuff, I tend to just use project, come in and, you know. Now, next important thing. When you're doing project, you can't use symmetry. See this stuff over here? because it projects in one direction and it's trying to project these normals to this over here. So you have to make sure that you turn symmetry off and then come in and project. And then this way you know that your ring is the exact size as that mandrel, right? And this is just a super easy way of doing it. And you notice when I'm hand projecting, I'm not getting nearly as much of that weird reach out right there, right? And since this has been decimated, we get some weird pulley spots, but that's okay for right now because that's easy to clean up. And then just flip the ring. Boom. And this works with anything if you're, if you're trying to get something to match a size. Just remember you need to flip it so it's projecting to negative normals, and that makes it work much better. You don't wind up with nearly as many artifacts and some weirdness. Right? And so now that ring is a size, what'd I make it? 12.5? Yeah, a size 12.5. And now if you notice, that's a little skewy, right? I don't know when I did that. I think on the original one, that was different. This is where you can go into W. Where's my gizmo? Why am I not? You want to see my gizmo? Oh, I bet I still have Y on. Yeah. Boop. And so this is where, like when your design's a little off here, I don't know when that happened. That's funny. You can just go to skew, boop, and you can just kind of trade it out here and futz with it to where, it's your design elements are kind of where you want them. And we didn't really distort anything. Too bad that it's bizarro, because, obviously lying flat, because we're trying to get that face down a little, it's flatter than it would normally be. And that's pretty close. I often use my frame lines as levels, so I can see. There we go. Now that's not going back at a weird angle. And as you're looking at it, it's the right size. Did that make sense? Accept. Make sure you push accept. That's an important one. All right. Hold on. What do we have? I use oh yes, you can just boolean it without a doubt. The problem with booleaning is that it will transfer the geometry of your cutter to what you are cutting. So you're going to wind up with different geometries. And since this is already decimated, I find it much easier just to project, because then I don't get weird seams where there's the intersection between the two different geometries. And it prevents weird geometry stuff. Yep, project brush right there. It's super good. And then there's history brush, which is a projection brush as well. I'm a huge addict of the history brush. It's like super good. Right, and so now, let's hide that. We know that that is a crappy projection on my part. And you know, these artifacts are from the decimation mesh, right? See, there's that weird artifacting. Sometimes this is another place where Sculptris Pro comes in handy. Just get Sculptris Pro on. Make it a fairly large geo. I use Shift sort of as my brush when I'm using that. You can come in and just smooth that out. And remember, you can use Sculptris Pro with other brushes, right? So if I turn on my ZProject brush, I have my Sculptris Pro there. Hold on, let me turn that off for a second. All right, so we have that. We have this. We can come in, turn Sculptris Pro on. Project, turn Sculptris Pro on. And then when you're projecting this in, see how it's actually Sculptris Proing and projecting? And that's a way of being able to clean up the geometry because you're Sculptris Proing in with the action that you're taking, if that makes sense. And that way you've homogenized the geometry on the inside of this while you're working on it. Does that make sense? See what I mean? No, you're more than welcome to ask as many questions as you want. Don't worry about it. That's why I'm here. It's for you to ask questions, so don't feel bad about asking questions. Great. I'm here every Monday. I know. So keep your fingers crossed that, what is it, Skylink, Starlink, whatever, Starlink, whatever the low Earth satellites that Elon Musk is doing, because we could probably get into the second round beta, and if we can stream from home instead of coming to the office, and that means that's good, because then I'll stream more often on my channel. But it takes, it's an hour to get here and set up, and then an hour to get home and set up, and to do that for a couple hours, it's a pain in the butt. Boop. Yeah, that one, Elon. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, so when I was, hold on, let me look here. I'll show you some of the stuff that I was working on in beta. Did we do anything that was important here? No. Okay, so let's go to quick saves. And there are my quick saves. I'm like, what is going on here? I don't know why it's saving in another folder again. All right, here we go. I think. Glad to see you too. All right. If I'm not mistaken, this is a beta. Yes, I print models straight from ZBrush. I don't use Magics or any of those stuff. I mean, I think that I don't have problems printing. You know, you have to go through a few steps to make sure that your models are good, you know, and ready for print, but it's, yeah. Yeah, this one's pretty ridiculous. I designed this as a test for Formlabs to see what they could print. And honestly, I was blown away by what they got. I was like, holy Hannah. Because all the stuff around the back edge is really small stuff. And no, they made it. It looks great. The ring looks good. All right. So let's see. Okay. Nope, this is not the beta test stuff. All right, one sec. No. Okay. So I use History Project Brush all the time. Let's get back. If you're here for a few minutes, after I'm done showing you this stuff, I can show you some of that stuff as well. I still think the best printer for the money, if you're trying to make money, right? If you're trying to turn around and sell the things you're getting, I don't think you can beat the Formlabs printers for the money, right? I mean, the B9's beautiful. It's now producing some really nice parts. B9's kind of picked their game up, but their printer's $10,000, not $4,000, right? Solus is, I still think, in the 35,000 or 3,500, and it's a beautiful printer, but the build platform at 25 microns is about this big. Literally, I'm not making that up. So for me, that's useless, right? I need a much bigger build platform than that. EnvisionTech makes a beautiful printer. They actually have one of the nicest surface resolution, not detail resolution, but just the surface. But, you know, that starts at 14 and goes to 28,000, you know. So for a prosumer printer, a printer that you can buy and know that you can print things that you can make money off of, I don't think you can beat Formlabs, honestly. You know, they're just, it's a nice big build platform. It's quick enough. Their software is really good. And yeah, you know, it's ready out of the box. You take it out, you press go, and it works. So, and I think a lot of these other printers, they're not quite that easy. They're not just ready to go. Yeah, it's cheap. I mean, $3,400 for a printer is cheap. I think other than our cheap printer, you know, our printer's $35,000, and then we had a $48,000 printer, and the EnvisionTech was $190 something thousand. You know, the SolidScape is in that $25,000 to $40,000 range, depending on which one you buy. The 3D Systems one that builds its own supports, I think they start at $50,000, and then the bigger one is $70,000. So yeah, $5,000 is nothing. You know, you should be able to make 3 rings and pay for it, you know, or make 10 rings and pay for it, or whatever. You know, you should be able to pay for that pretty quick. That's nothing as far as investment in tools. It's incredibly important to have clean topology. I mean, you know, figures, you know, usually are slightly bigger scale than jewelry, obviously. And so, you know, you need that stuff to be tight and clean. And the nice thing about the Formlabs is, you know, even if you print it 3 or 4 parts, I mean, it's like 5 by 5 by 7, you know, it's a big build platform. You don't want to place your sprues the person casting is going to place your sprues because you do not know what kind of machine they have. You do not know how big a flask they have. Unless you know about casting, you do not place sprues. Let the casting facility do that. And if they say they want you to place the sprues, you tell them, first of all, if they tell you they want you to place sprues, they're screwed. Nobody wants you placing sprues. Like if you had to ask me that question, there's no casting facility in the world that wants you to do that. Because, and you can't do that unless you know what kind of casting. I mean, a centrifugal machine compared to a vacuum overpressure, it's different kind of spruing. And unless you know about that stuff, you're not doing that. And if you have a caster who's asking you to do that, that's weird. All right, let's see. Yeah, so it's standard loss wax. Hold on here. So, this one kind of shows it. Right, so print. And we go through the process of melting the red off. So we're not supporting these on SolidScape, right? It grows its own support material. So you get the part clean, there's no cleaning. That's the part. And then that's the tree. And, I bet you wouldn't have thought about spruing it that way, right? And it completely depends on what you're throwing, how it works. So now it's taken the sprues. You sprue it to the tree. You put your flask around it. You pour your investment in. You burn out the investment. Well, you vacuum it so you get all the bubbles out of the investment. You put the investment in an oven. You melt the wax. You burn the wax out. You pour the metal into that. You throw that into cold water. It breaks off, and then you clean all the crap out of the ring. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. I think this will be a better example. SSD. We're looking for ZTLs. Base links. Let's try this. Okay. All right, one more hump here. Yeah, I don't think those are rose window charms, devil rain. All right, well let's see if it's one of these. I'm just trying to find the one that has these curb. Nope, that's not it. But actually, maybe that'll work. Hold on. Frame. Okay, you gotta go away. Frame. Okay. We got something to work with here. So one of the big problems with curb links, right, is that when you are trying to figure out how to build your curbs, right, it becomes a thing where how long do you make them to create the size of link you want for a specific bracelet size, right? So what 2021 has done, and this is just one of the things that I found is absolutely a wonderful Oh yeah, no, we're fine. I'm going to show you a micro poly. They're not micro meshes, they're micro polys. Basically, what you need is a 2x2 cube. That's going to be your ultimate source for making these things. So for the micro poly, let's say that this is, let me come down here and turn micro poly off. Boop. So as you can see here, I have a, let's sliders to subtool. I have no idea how big this thing is. Okay, so this is ridiculously small. Let's make this 60. Resize, no, make sure that all's turned off. That gets me every time. Resize subtool, okay. So now we have this guy who is sliders to subtool. Boop. 60 and 14 mil wide. So this is giving us a 14 mil wide link, right? And I don't know what the count on this is. I think it's like 25 or something like that. But let's duplicate this. We're going to go W. We're going to make a cylinder. We're going to bring it out to our size. Right, so what we have here is a size. We know that this is about 14 mil, but if I want those links to be bigger, right, I need less links, right? So when I come into my cylinder, I'm going to remove some of these. Let's make this 10. W, get it out here. So now I know that that's about the same, that's the same size bracelet, right? But it has less links. So now we're going to just drag this in here to where they're roughly square. I'm going to go to ZModeler. I am going to come here, boop. Oops, we need to delete that. And then I'm going to go to QMesh. QMesh, single poly. I want poly loop. Make sure you're going the right direction. You see how I'm drawing this out. If I hold control, it just gives me a singular plane. I'm just going to drop back in so it's the right size. Group split. And now we have this guy at 10. We have one at whatever it was, 25 in here. Let's do one at 30. We just drag this around and nope, wrong button. Sorry. There they are. That was 10. I think that one's like a 25, and let's just make this 30. Right. And so we're going to go W, drag that in, and I can just take, let's see, modeler, I'll get rid of that. Take this, make sure it's going in the right direction. Drag this out to where it's roughly the same size. Hold down control, group split. All right, so now I have the same size. Sorry. Oh, my allergies. Okay, so now we have a bracelet that's roughly the same size. We want these to be roughly squares, right? So you can see by having more links, you're getting smaller in scale, right? So this is how you go about this. Now, if you're normally doing this, you're actually having to try to figure, you have to count them and figure it out. There's no way to do this other than this. And that's what's really rad about this, because it's allowing you to do curb link tests super quick. So now let's just go to a basic curb frame. Oh my. Making me nuts. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, now we need star, W, make it a cube, frame, sliders to subtool, that's 34 mil, that we want this to be 2. All right, it's a resize subtool, boop, 2, frame, there we go. Sliders to subtool, we're at 2. All right, so now we're gonna bring one of these guys in. Let's see if, well, let's do this one, right? So this is the curb link we want to use. We're like, all right, we have our curb link. I was trying to look for the ones that were more decorative, but this will do. We have our base curb link, right? So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to append, and I am going to pick my curb links. All right. Come here. Where are they? Frame. No transparency. Wow, those are small. So I'm going to get those roughly where we need them. Now, this is what's going to determine your curb length. Let's do this. Auto group. We're going to take U, hide part, and take U, hide part. And now we are going to delete hidden. And now we have these 2 curbs, right? So the thing we need, the thing that's important if you're going to try to have these curb links stitch together or weld, is that they need to be open and exact, or damn close to exact, on those open edges, right? And if that doesn't make any sense, this hopefully will show you. So I'm going to figure that that's roughly half, right? So I'm going to come over here. We are going to select slice rectangle. Okay. Let's come to the, nope, let's hide you. Turn Q off so we can actually use our brushes, but let's turn this on so we can see these surfaces. I'm going to come here, and just like any tiling brush, right, you're going to split it. Let's group split this because this isn't technically split unless you split it. So group split, okay. Now we're going to take you, we're going to merge down. Okay, and so now I'm going to go to this guy, turn these guys back on. I want this one, W, and we're just going to drag. Split the parts. Took the wrong one down. Merge down. Right, and now we're going to come to this guy. I want to see these guys. We're going to drag this over. Right, we got to make sure that they're not touching. So just go in and look and make sure it's not touching. All right. So now, this is my repeating link, okay? I'm going to come over here. We're going to now take this, merge down, okay, and turn on transparency, and I'm going to bring this over. And you can see that that is a little too big. I'm just going to go to the center of the world, boop. And I don't want these to be, so we can just do this, right? And make it work. We just want those 2 edges to be right on that surface. Hold on, so boom, center, there we go. And this is where you can turn transparency off and see if it's breaking your surfaces. And now we can just take this and drag. There we go. See how it's sort of breaking that surface right there? Should be breaking the surface over here. You can see that it is. Right there. So this is now an open-ended 2x2 cube. Okay. Now it doesn't, like, this could be stretched out to here. No, sorry. That can't be stretched out to there. This can be stretched out to here. As long as your welding side, if you're only going in one direction, your welding side is at that 2x2 or at that 2 millimeter segment, right? So now, Control Z. So now I have this guy, and I'm just going to leave this right here, okay? Now we're going to come back over here to those sizing rings we made. Frame, where are they? Oh, there they are. And so instead of me trying to sit back and count how many curbs we need at what width, you know, we can say we want, you know, a 14 mil curb. Well, this is what it's going to have to be. If you want a 10 mil curb, that's what it's going to turn out to. So by deciding what you want the size of the curb to be, you know that you're always going to be able to, it is creating the count for that scale as opposed to you. Because let me tell you, I can't tell you how many times we printed things out, put it on, and it's like, you know, 3 millimeters too big or 10 millimeters too big. And you're just like, ah. Well, now that's not a problem. What we have here is we now have the capacity to come in, turn micro poly on, come down here to your geometry, hold down Control and hit the micro poly menu. And this is the link we just made, so I'm going to select it. Boop. That is the link we just made. Why is it a cube? All right. It is because, let's come in here, take this cube and delete it. I don't know why. Let's make sure it's visible. Maybe that's it. Come in, hold on Control, hit our little groover. There we go. But as you can see, it's facing the wrong direction. That's just because I wasn't careful. That's not a big deal. We just come in here and rotate Z. There we go. And so now we know that that is what that curb link is going to look like at that scale. Now we come here and we just turn that off. We do the exact same thing, micro poly on, come down, Control, select our base ring, rotate once, boom, and then come here, turn on micro poly. So if you don't hold Control, it'll go to this menu. You can create your own menu like this, right? But if you're just pulling your, if you're just pulling the objects off of models that you just made, just come in, Control, boom, and then rotate Z. And so now you have the correct poly count, right, for each of the sizes. And, you know, you have your high detail rings. Now, the thing is like, you're like, okay, well, this one, you know, that looks a little stretched out. The beauty is you just have to go W and just squeeze it until you like the rings, right? You're like, actually, I like it there. You know, this one, actually, we want big ovals. So you can do it there, right? So you can play with your widths here. And so this is awesome, right? This is super nice. And I have one set up with settings. So you can do a lot of like your fishtail and French settings like this. All you have to do is make a little quadrant with a stone in it. Boop. And you can do it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this picture. nobody look at all my clients. We don't, you're all not allowed to see that. Pixologic share folder, renderings, beta 2021. So here's another example of that, right? So this is what the segment looked like. This is at a 15 count, this is at a 20 count, 30 count, and 40 count. So you can see you can make simple segments here and create some really cool bands. It's really awesome with bands. Hold on, let me see if I can find, yeah, here's the other one. Right, each one of these is these silhouettes here. So a lot of these French and Feshtil settings and stuff like that, it is now super easy to do really cool bands really fast. And you know, you can sit there, and if you have like 3 to 5 different versions of a fishtail or a French setting, you can drop it in, show it to your client, hit it, hit it, hit it. You can iterate in minutes. You just save these things. You're building a library, and the more you make, the more you have. And you know, you just drop it on and go, go, go. And now this is, come on. This is the, and let's see if we can get this bigger. But you can see, isn't there a zoom on this thing? Yeah, here we go. But this was just me laying out a base grid that went with the sculpt, right? And I built, you can see the scale repeat, right? But you can see like in here where it gets thinner, they get longer, right? So you could sit here and push these up so they stay this ratio, but this was me doing a scale experiment. In the betas, I'm always doing like jewelry stuff, and everybody gets to make monsters, so I made my catfish. So that was, yes, welcome to Catfish. All right. Let's see, were there any, I think there might have been, you know, that gives you a closer up of some of the settings that I developed in the beta. And then, what's there? Yeah, you can see a bunch of the different settings there. So you can see that you can make anything, right? As long as it is open on the ends, as long as you're going round. If you're going all 4 sides, those 4 sides have to meet, right? Otherwise they won't weld, right? Because once you push apply, where's my apply button? Oh, there it is. Boop. You know, this is now model. You can group split. Right. And you can come in, and those are your parts, right? Somehow this one got a little, oh, see, these didn't weld. This wasn't, those weren't perfect. So they did I have weld turned on? I did. Right. Merge down. Yeah, you can see it wasn't a perfect hit on my part. But I mean, that's easily dealt with. You know, you could just Dynamesh this. $1 mil, and that should join those. I don't think any of those are too far off to be fixed. And then since this has that little wedge in it, I would probably take my original group here, W, rotate it around until it fits with that other curb, right? And then reproject it in there or something. That's obviously bending quite a bit at the outside edge. Interesting. Where is it? It's interesting that they're not at the same height, that one's lower. I didn't spend a lot of time trying to match those, so you can see that it's not the same. You can you can get it right if you need to. But that is absolute awesome sauce. It's just so useful. It's just so incredible. All right, I haven't read here. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. You have a problem with a model that... Oh, well, once again, the critiques are... If it gets slower tonight where we're not answering as many questions, we can feasibly look at it. But, once again, critiques are usually the last Monday of the month. But if we get slow, I have no problems opening some of them up. So let's see how we go, because right now we have a lot of questions. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can do... and what's nice is now you can take it and make them fancy, and you can hit any of your sizes, Those are key shot renderings, and they were really quick. The beta was pretty short this time, and it was like, okay, get your renderings in. I'm like, wah! So yeah. No. We haven't got to History Brush yet. We were still doing the 2021 features. All right. Was there a question that I missed? So I think at the end of the day, that's the micro. And the other nice thing about this is, if you're using, you can just use any mesh. Hold on, let me see if I have that. Okay. See, that's not the good one. This is the one that is mucked. Do I have her anywhere other than that? One sec, let me see if I can find. I did the finishing on my machine at home, so I might not have it on this machine. Well, it doesn't matter. This will show you kind of the issue. Nope, we don't need to save changes. Kitco changed their permissions, so they're working on fixing it. They have to get information back from Kitco. So Kitco, I guess, redid their website, so they changed how things were embedded. And obviously, they've been busy with 2021, so that wasn't necessarily a priority. So, no, Jeff, you're not wrong. It's going to be a little bit until they fix it. I know it really sucks because it was working right before they put this version, the full version out. And how you doing, Jeff? Hey. Well, there's a place like this menu. No, sorry, I'm uploading this model. There's a place where you can create that menu in your folders. I don't know exactly where it is, but you can just label them, put them in, and that way when you roll over, all those will come up, right? So I would just create that folder, probably. All right. Well, I can't get to it while this is freezing because I need the name of one of those one of the micro poly brushes, and I'll do a search and we'll find out where they stash them. I just never took the time to make my own menu yet. I will make a band menu, especially since I'm starting my education platform. That's one of the things that we'll have with that is a bunch of libraries of things like that. Now, God only knows what I have open in this mod. This is a huge, huge file. I know this is always the exciting part. I'm very good at waiting, can't you tell? Oh. I'm old and broken. There we go. All right, so this is not my good scales. I redid these. Hold on, let's turn micro poly off. So you can see that what I have here is, if we show the lines, right? You can, if you spend the time and make these squares, they won't stretch out like that. But this is not my good. This is not the final scales that I used. That's on a different model. But here you can see. Hold on. And this is after I split them after. So the stones are in the next one. But here, let's look at this. You can see these are the bands. Right. And I was just futzing around with silhouette. Oh, these are moved because of the render. Right. And I was just futzing, right? You know, it's just... And you can see how you can get very creative. And the nice thing is, you know, you can make this a 10 stone band. You can make this a 40 stone band. And depending on the size of the stones, you'll have to futz with it a little to figure out what that is. But once you have those set, you'll always know what those stone sizes are for each set. So you can make one that's 10, you can make one that's 15, you can make one that's 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And then you have a broad segment of, you know, various styles. The other thing I was trying to do, and I didn't quite get the time to futz with it, was because you'd have to change, because these are like in the middle. Let's go back to something like this. Right, because I'm splitting it down the prong. But if you split it like in the center where you have the one prong, or if you make these within where like the whole prong is inside this, you could feasibly make two different bands, group split them, and then change them over so you're interchanging. So it's not the same style, but you're interchanging it by splicing and sliding, and then redynameshing, and that would work. I haven't cut down the prong. The other thing is to think about, and this is something I was experimenting with, is if you have the ring and your model is sitting on top of it, right? How you have this positioned, you see it's stretching and you're getting an oval. You're not getting a round. I mean, you're not losing too much here, but you know, you're getting, actually these might be done the good way. So it's probably easier to do it this way. If you have right, and you're putting, so where your model sits in the world, so like let's say this is your silhouette, right? No, sorry, half. So that's your silhouette. And then this is the center of the world, right? If you put this model in the center of the world, it's going to put it in the center. So I made sure that the model was actually on the floor. Now what happens is that these start to stretch out, right? So what I then figured out was actually if I measure the thickness of this part and then make a ring that is that much bigger and then flip it so it's kind of projecting in, then this square stays the same size and the bottom splays. Does that make sense? Right? So you just know that that top is the one square that it is, and then these will compress in to that size. Does that make sense? So if you're trying for accuracy, like for most of these are close enough because you're going to get you just leave plenty of meat in there and you're going to use that stone or that setting bit. So you're not, who cares? But if you really need to be perfect, what you actually have to do is instead of having, this and these are coming off like this, so you're splaying here at the top, you can see, you do it where you bring it out here and then these are compressing here, but these are the right scale, right? I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's an important thing to remember, is where that model is sitting in the world. No. You can control, it has a whole, why is this saving so often? It's supposed to be on a 40-minute save. There's no way that we've had 3 saves in that time frame. Oh God, this is a huge model. Cancel. Sorry. I don't want to be saving that 6 terabyte model or whatever the hell it is. Boop. Come on, you. Oh, I know why it's saving. Come on, you. Okay. Let's get this in the right place. We're fine where we are. What is going on with that? That's weird. All right. All right. So where were we? Was your base model cut in half? Okay, we answered that. No, it has its own features. See, like right here. No, that's not it. It has, you can control it with this stuff, but no, it is not a nano mesh. So you cannot control it with the nano mesh stuff. Well, hopefully we'll launch. Yeah, the plan is to launch in that first week of October. That's our deadline, our goal, um, and it'll have enough in it that it's going to be, the full course. But we're going to still. I have probably another 20 or 30 videos that I want to make. So we're going to open, and then for the first 3 to 5 months, it's going to be a jam to get all kinds of other stuff in there, because I want to hire a couple people to do a few things so we can really build out the libraries quicker and stuff like that. And all that's not going to be there when we first launch. But I mean, it's a lifetime membership, so who cares, right? I mean, you're going to get it in the next couple months. So I'm not going to stress too much about that at the very, very beginning. But we have a pretty good plan. I think that it's feasible that we'd get launched by that. Well, hopefully by the ZBrush, the virtual summit. I want to launch with the summit. Well, it's not really that big of a deal because once again, you're never going to crush your stone because you have plenty of meat there, and you're going to have, hold on, let me see if I can find one of these that is not that big. That model just had everything and its brother in it, and I don't want that. So let's come up here. And I think I have an early... Yeah, I think these are early ones. Hopefully this isn't as huge a model. Okay. What was I trying to do there? Oh. So it has a feature where it'll select, like if you have a number of different, like for a mesh, right? Like for a weave. Well, here. So as you see these weaves, right? See how some of them are wrinkly this way, wrinkly that way. So what they did is they made it where, let's say you have 6 different shapes. As long as these rectangles are at the same place, right? It'll come in and it'll randomize them, right? And you can see I had one that had a higher prong on it, or higher meat there, and then the other one that, and then I randomized it, and we got this. So that wasn't very exciting for this. Thing is that because of your count, it's going to change the size of your stones. So you're going to have to buy stones to match your stone sizes for these kind of rings, right? Because if you have it this wide and you have 22 of them, well, you don't know what size stone that's going to be, right? It completely depends on the instances. So you're never going to get like stone crunch, because you're not making the ring squish around a stone size. The ring is not squishing, thus in turn you're getting whatever stone size you get. And that's what happens with all these rings. Whenever you're doing an eternity band or something like that, it really, you have to do a lot of math, and how tall your setting is and blah blah blah. So you're just going to come in here and then you're going to select one of these, and just that's your stone size. So you're not getting crushing. Does that make sense? Because even the only kind of distortion you're going to get is you might get something where it put them in where it squashed the model like this. Well, it doesn't matter. You just make this to where it's circle, and then that's your stone size, because you're not going to be able to, and you can't do this in wax either. You're going to You can, but it's a lot of math, right? And so this way you're doing it fast, quick, and you're generating stone size. You're talking, a point or two off in either direction, and you can get one. You can say I want 14 or 20 2.2 mil stones. That's easy. That's not a problem, right? Yeah. No, this is a goofy ring. Right, these were the two. You can see this is early on. I wasn't even worried about the sculpt. I was just trying to get this to work, right? And so there's that. But you can see that this is kind of crap because those are sitting right on one another. This needs to be smaller. Should probably be a little bit more like that. And then, yeah, no. I don't even know where that's, oh. Right. No, that's what I'm looking for. You go away. And these were just my first early on tests, but you, right, center it in the world, and it changes where it sits on the ring. So you can get a little compression here, but it's not bending the model because you've made this, you might be losing 100 millionth of a point down here, but who cares? Because this is going to stay square. Oh yeah, no, on crap like this, you have to. That's the way you're going to do it. You're definitely going to make the ring, measure the stone, order the stones, right? Because these aren't, you can get anything calibrated to whatever scale. I mean, finding 2.3 mil diamonds is not a problem. 2.4 mil diamonds, you just order them and someone out there has them cut, I assure you. Time displacement. Yes, that is a new feature. You sit down and all of a sudden 20 hours has gone by. Okay, stone setting. Are you still here, Torched Potato? Okay. So there are only a few things you really need to wrap your head around when you're dealing with stone setting, because at the end of the day, let your stone setter do the stone setting, right? Don't try to be clever. Find out how much meat they want in their prong and give them that, because you're not a stone setter. I mean, this is one of the things that I deal with, and everyone's like, oh, that's a cop-out, Tomas. And it's not a cop-out, it's real. I mean, unless you're a bench jeweler and you're trying to learn ZBrush, that's a different story. The thing is that you are a jewelry designer, right? You're not a jeweler. Unless, of course, you're a jeweler. Are you a bench jeweler? Before I say you're not a jeweler. So, Torched Potato, are you a bench jeweler? What's our lag? Okay. You're not a bench jeweler. You're not going to be a bench jeweler. Unless you're like 12. If you're 12, go for it. The thing is that to be a good bench jeweler, you really kind of had to have done it for a long time and apprenticed under someone, gone to school. Being a bench jeweler is a completely different career than being a ZBrush jewelry designer, okay? And this is something that I go through with a lot of my students, because a lot of my students are like, all right, I'm going to start a cottage industry, and I've never done any of this before, but I'm going to buy ZBrush, and then as soon as I know how to do this in ZBrush, I'm going to buy a printer, and then I'm going to buy a casting machine, I'm going to buy a burnout oven, and I'm going to do this all by myself. Yeah, no, you're not. No. And not make money for years, if not decades, because it takes a long time to be good at bench jeweler. And there are bench jewelers who suck at setting stones. So not only you have to be a bench jeweler, now you have to have studied setting stones. And you know, in a year or two, you can probably get good at it. But the fact is that these are all very specific skills. I mean, jewelry is purely collaborative, unless you're one of those people who were raised in a jewelry store, you were taught all this stuff when you were young, and you are now reaching out to make ZBrush or CAD another tool in your belt. But it is insanely difficult to go from I'm a digital sculptor to I'm a bench jeweler, compared to I'm a bench jeweler and I'm learning digital skills to fill in my skill set. And there are bench jewelers who are not gem setters. That's a completely different set of skills. And so is casting, and so is finishing. And especially if you get into, you know, interesting finishes like patinas and stuff like that's a whole nother specialist. So you got to view jewelry as like a Formula One team, right? You know, you have engineers, you have a driver, you have people who change the tires, you have people who tune the engine, you have people who just transfer information, right? Unless you are a bench jeweler or you have another 30 years to dedicate to something, learn to be a jewelry designer, not a jeweler. And I'm not saying it's impossible, and you can work your way into it. But let me tell you, you're not doing everything at the beginning and making money. If you're independently wealthy and it doesn't matter, then yeah, hell yeah, do it. Go take all your classes and go. But no, I'm not a jeweler. I'm a jewelry designer. I'm a sculptor who makes jewelry objects. But there's just so much to know, and you're never going to know it, especially when you get into stone setting. So the thing you need to know is leave enough meat for prongs, you know, have a seat, right? And let your jeweler do it. You know, you need to have a good conversational relationship with the people who are making your jewelry, because that way they're going to inform you, you know, these are cool, but you really need to keep making your prongs thicker. Or, wow, you know, this is cool, but your prongs are thick as baseball bats. So, you know, and everyone gets all bummed out at me because I'm ruining their dreams. But, you know, unless you're rich, and it doesn't matter if you make money, and, you know, take jewelry classes, take bench jewelry classes, because it'll let you understand what you're doing better. But you're a designer, you're not a jeweler. And it really comes down to that with stones, because, you know, even a cheap stone, let's say you have a, you know, $800,000 stone, and that's not an expensive stone. You curl one of those prongs wrong, you've just blown your stone to pieces. You're not insured for that, right? You know, I mean, it's like you send it to a gem setter. If they blow up your stone, they replace your stones, you know. So I'm very skeptical to get into too much detail with stone setting, because what you need to learn is how to design around stones, if that makes sense. Right, Henry? I mean, hopefully you can, is Sarah is here too. I mean, okay, so we have a real horrible lag. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, no torch potato. You know what? Ignore everything I just said. We were talking about stone setting. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's find that model. Oh, sorry, dude. Oh, man. That was silly. He's like, what in the hell are you talking about setting stones? I'm not setting stones, you big wanker. Okay, let's go back to Devil Guy here, because at least he's a sculpt. You're like, what's up with the stone thing? Sorry. My bad. I know someone asked about stone setting earlier. I'm not even tired, and I'm like, I missed the cues on that one. Sorry, my brother. Ooh. He's like, what the hell? Why are you lecturing me about stone setting? All right. History brush. Wow, what's going on here? I wonder what I was working on with that. Obviously, I was showing... Oh, this was an early... trying to do these to set stones flat, but sort of what we were doing with the bracelets, you know. But the problem with this is it's flat. If these are not square, they distort. So there's no way to use this sort of like for pave or surface setting cleanly. I mean, you can come back and futz with it, but unless those are square, it's not happening. So let's go to this guy. Is this our guy? All right. History brush. I don't know what I had on my hands, but I'm burning my eyes out. So a couple ways of using history brush. One, if you have an original model, you're going to sculpt on it. You're going to change its geometry, duplicate it, change its geometry, and then you can do history brush. But this is one of the ways that I use history brush quite a bit. Is, let's say I want clean intersections, right? I want this to be super sharp, and I want this to be super sharp, and I'm going to change feasibly like details on this. So I know I'm going to iterate some things. I'm going to be exploring some surface detail stuff. I guess you didn't see my master series. Actually, you know what? That might be an even better. Let me see if I have it here. Boom. Did we see anything about presentation? Well, crap. Button iterations. Here we go. This is... No, we don't need to see that. All right. This is a line of jewelry that I was working on with a gentleman. And he's a fashion designer, so he didn't have... you know, he's not a jewelry designer, so he's not... he doesn't really have the vocabulary and stuff to start to answer some of those questions. So one of the things that History Brush is super powerful for is for iterating, right? And this way it allowed me to take our base forms, find some very quick options, and then really quickly do some specific changes in just little areas. And I did it fast instead of having to redo, plant, redo, plant, project, plant, redo. And give me a second and we'll get there. Yeah, you mean the Mayan ring? Yeah, I'll bring it back up because I need to work on it. So I'm thinking of sending this ring. Joff, are you still here? I'm thinking about sending this ring and the Mayan ring to your caster and seeing what he does with them, because it looks like he does some beautiful work. Joff might have run away. One 1,000, two 1,000, three 1,000, four 1,000, five 1,000. Lag's not that bad. What are you talking about? That's not a 30-second lag. You're all freaking me out. What are y'all doing? Freaking me out. Oh, I was just saying that I think that I'm going to send that Mayan ring and the Devil ring to your caster. He does great work in the bronze, the brass. I've seen you say bronze and he said brass. I don't know if it's casting brass or casting bronze, but I mean, they seem pretty affordable. I mean, you know, you're selling them for, you know, a pretty good price. So it'll be interesting to see if, I don't think he'll have problems with the detail. It looks like he's doing, you know, good stuff. All right, so here. Right, oh, this isn't actually the one I wanted, but let's see what we have here. Okay. So I had the plane button. Crap, this isn't. But I'll use this to give you an example here. All right. So I have a plane button. What else is turned on? Oh, I have stuff up here turned on. I have one that's actually set up for this. This isn't it. Sorry, but you'll get the idea. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're just going to stick with one of these. Okay, so we have our base shape here, right? And it's like, okay, well, I don't know what I want my thing to be, right? So I can come here and I'm going to say, okay, well, let's try this squiggly background into it, right? Obviously, I sculpted this up because this is farther along in the process. But so you can build a whole set of basic shapes that are behind another form, so you don't have to deal with it as a functioning form, and you're not going to cross over it. So let's say how many of these do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 maybe. All right, so we're going to do 12, and actually let's do 6. All right, so now this way I can come in. I've assigned this pattern, right, as my history brush. I can come in here and I can use my history brush and right, sorry. You can't use symmetry while your history brush is on. it makes it squirrely and weird, right? So I can come in and get that texture in these places, right? And so this allows me to, no, hold on, let's turn this up. That's why. Right, you can just come in and apply. These are on different heights, so we're getting a weird result here. Like I said, I have one that is actually set up to deal with this, right? And so you come in here and you can do this. And now I'm saying I want to get sort of like this pattern in here. But what's really nice is that, well, okay, that was a little weird. It's not quite what I wanted. So I know that I can always come back in my same course here, and I can go, okay, hold down Control, make this my history brush, come all the way back out here, and now I can actually come back and tune to a past state on the same brush, right? So I can use it as this back and forth. And if I went too far, you're like, okay, well, let's just hop back to here. And it's here. Hold down Control, turn it on, turn it back off, turn it off, turn it back on, come back in, and then you can just come back in and tune it. So you can see that if you have 3, 2, 1, whatever areas, you can come from a separate brush and bring on your textures and stuff like this. So if you have a really nice detailed ring, right, and you're like, okay, well, you know, inside this one little thing, I want it to be, I'm going to start painting in texture. Well, I've made this my history state. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to just come in. Okay, let's make this sub. And I'm going to turn off lazy mouse. Good gosh. Right, and I'm going to paint these in. And you can see I kind of went over it a little. I'm not too stressed about that right now because I know that I can come back. Right, because I know this is a pretty aggressive, bumpy edge. So it's like, okay, great. But I have this assigned as my history state. And so if I hop over to my history brush, nope, I don't have that assigned as my history state. Let's come back here. Turn it off, turn it on. Come back into our line. And I can always come back in here. Zoom in. And clean up on those edges, right? Because I'm going back to that original state that was there before. Right, so you can come back in and just tune up those little edges, redefine this stuff, you know. And so you can kind of use it as an eraser on its own subtool. Right, so bring textures from other subtools into specific spots. Go back to the subtool that you're using so you can erase or bring back detail that's already on that. You know, we have this, and I know that I want to sharpen this into a scoop, right? So I'm just going to go Control. This is my base, and we're going to go X, so it's X, Y, and Z. Going to grab my clay tubes, and then I'm going to come in here and kind of, I'm just going to obviously be a little melodramatic here. You know, do the, I kind of got sloppy in there, but I want this to be that, so we want that to be that, right? And you know, you don't know exactly what you want, so you're going in here and exploring. And you're like, okay, well, I want that. But I got sloppy and I filled in some of these places, and I did, you know, this is a little muddy over here, touch that, but I want, so what do? We go to our history brush, and I can come back in. You have to turn off symmetry. Come back in, and I can clean up this really easy because I have that original surface, right? As I go, well, I didn't really want that one. And now here, we need to clean this up. Wow, right? So that is a use for history brush on one tool on its own. I know that's sloppy, but you know, I think you're kind of grasping what that is. So the ability to bring in detail from a bunch of different, so the one that I have set up, I have like 5 of these, and I have a spiral pattern, I have a choppy pattern, I have a thing, and that way I could just bring different textures into the same model and just look and give him a bunch of different options really fast, right? So you can see, hopefully you can see, this is the wrong model and I apologize, but hopefully you can see how that's really helpful, iterative. So now let's actually go back to this guy. Actually, I think Napoleon is full resolution. I want something that's full resolution. This is the Mayan skull is already decimated. I should have gone to skulls. I think those are full res too. I just want something that isn't already decimated, so we have that very sharp. Oh, I bet that's the button demo right there. There's my orc. No, I have my printing. I'll send him waxes. He did have issues with the Formlab castable, but did you vacuum heat process it or vacuum heat cure it, or did you just do nothing to it? The other thing I can do is just make silicone molds of it and send him actual waxes. I'd be interested. I'll heat vacuum because that really the big problem with the well, any of the resins is that, you know, you have a lot of thermal expansion. You have a lot of resin that stays inside the model. And unless you get that loose resin or that micro resin bubbles cured or gassed off, you have a lot of problems with surfaces. So there's that. I mean, we can always just make a silicone mold and send them just jewelry wax, you know, like. Yeah, Ma Dirty Blue 01. Cool. Well, that's good to know. I do want to vacuum heat one and send it to him and see if that makes a difference with the resins. The blue cast, whose resin is that? That's not a B9. Whose resin is that? And you're just using Bluecast on open. Oh God, what is this thing doing? I keep picking models that are huge. Sorry, guys. Oh, Bluecast its own thing. Thank you. Interesting. Supposedly, Formlabs is coming. I know that they, the COVID screwed everything up, but they were supposed to come out with, I think the last I heard it was red, but another castable that's even more wax. Cool. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that, my friend. Because it'd be nice just to find someone I can send some stuff to. And he seems affordable. I mean, he seems incredibly affordable. Jesus. I told you that wing ring cost me $900 to make the first one. Holy Hannah, what the hell? Yeah, hold on. Sorry. I don't know what this is. Close program. No, I just wanted to cancel that. Oh, crap. Here we go. Boy, this has been a... Tomas opens way too big a model and reboot ZBrush 30 times. Ridiculous. Sorry, guys. It's been... All right. Boop. What's funny is I'm not even crashing on new stuff. I'm just blowing things up. Okay, so like I said, I think this one has some full res models. And I'll show you the other history brush thing I do. Stop it. Yeah, that's 5.5 million. Okay. So here we have a skull that is full res. Right. With not a bad back on it. I love when I go to things that aren't finished. Who the hell knows what I did this? Okay, so this... Oh. I totally forgot about that guy. I make so much crap that I just forget about. Okay, so we got this guy. Let's duplicate him. So you don't just use the Bluecast, you have to use a sharpenizer or a primer? All right, see, I just want to print it in Solidscape and get over with it, but I don't have my Solidscape. All right. Torch potato. Oh, there you are. This is the other thing that I do with History Brush. So we have our guy here, right? I'm going to Dynamesh him because it's going to take less time than decimate. Turn X off. Boom. Remesh by Dynamesh. We're pretending we're decimating, okay. Dynamesh. Much quicker. Look at that. 5 million to 100,000 in like 36 seconds. Except, okay. So we've decimated our guy down. And I was streaming and all of a sudden the client's like, well, dude, I really love that skull, this head on it, right? The eyeball on him. And you're like, oh God, really? Come on, man, you're killing me. They're like, no, that's what I want. Okay. So we just come over here to the high resolution model, hold down control, tap that, come back to our low resolution model. And I like the history brush because I don't have to leave the old one on, right? And so I'll normally just get my history brush, turn on Sculpt Pro. I'll get a large brush size. Hold on, let's make this 0.3. Get a large brush size. Come in. And I'm just doing it rough so I know where it is, right? And so this way I can just creep up on the areas that I want. I'm like, okay. But I didn't want these ridges up here, right? So I can just kind of creep up on some of the stuff. So now I know where my guy is. Oops. I know where it is. And now we'll just lower the size of this brush. And I usually do it in steps because you never really know exactly what resolution you actually need because this is decimated. So we're not trying to go back to, 100 million polys on this. So as long as it can hold your detail at the resolution or at the scale, this is fine. So and I come back in and we just put enough resolution in to keep the detail that we're trying to keep. And this lets you creep up on parts, right? It's so funny. I did this when I was in London. This is from beta 28, maybe even 2017. I made this eyeball skull, I think 2017 for the beta. It's so funny when you're just cruising around, you find stuff that you never used. You're just like, you jerk. And so you can see that you can quickly get high detail, and we've only gone up to 1.14 mil. So, I mean, we've only added 140,000 polys in doing that, and that's nothing, right? And then this allows you to come in and kind of clean up. Oh, this is a different model. These are in different places. But that allows you to prep a model, get your detail up to the point where you want it in low poly. I wish I had I have one that's finished to this and it has the little eyes coming out. It's totally a freak show. It's funny. And it has like a tear here and there's sort of like tentacle-y weird stuff coming out. I wish Lovecraft wasn't such a horrible racist. I love his books. He's a horrible person. Boop. I have to come back and work on him again. I like him. Okay, we were over here. We were... Actually, let's go back to here and let's just go back to that original model because I was just futzing off with a lot of those. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty clean. Yeah, but like this stuff, you know, I designed this stuff to trip up the Formlabs printer. It didn't trip up at all. It printed this stuff. It's funny what didn't read as well, and I made this model for that, is this panther right here, or jaguar. See how he's pillowy? So this one was to test. This ring was really designed. Formlabs had a show for Fashion Week in New York. And so I built this ring for them for Fashion Week in New York. And I wanted to try a bunch of stuff. And as you'll notice, see how puffy this guy is? You would think that this would read better than this, right? Because this is flat with sculptural stuff. But this pillowy makes it too reflective. And you lose kind of what he is. He just becomes this big, puffy, shiny thing. So what I wanted to do to this is kind of flatten this guy back down a touch. So he's less pillowy. And then this little guy will read a lot better. Right. Because we have to remember all of our reflectivity rules, right? And this being flatter actually makes it a much more clear element. And I know that makes no sense, but it's not reflecting as a half round, so you're catching the light and contrast over a bigger part of the surface than you are a big pillow. I need to go back and find this little guy and just reapply him flat, I think. But I want to see what he'll do with this ring, because I think this be a good ring. This is a good one. I need to find the full version of this, because this is right, this is only 1,000,000 polys. Oh. Well, what do you know? Didn't I just do that? Okay, that's weird. Oh no, it was the ZTL. Never mind. Yeah, that's a good one. I have another Aztec one that has, because this is more Mayan, I have one that's an Aztec that I want to get done too. It's a pretty good one too. But you know, this is 1,000,000 polys and it's holding this resolution really nicely. Let's pull that back and down some. Nothing better than jaguars puking tentacles. These guys were on drugs. They were. The Mayans did lots of drugs. Come on, you. Is that? Oh, that is this one. Okay. see, here is a perfectly good time for history, because we're gonna make this guy, because I like Sculpt at the back of this one, right? But I like the front of this one. So the question is, do we put the front onto this one? I think that is what we do, actually. So let's go here. Boop. Go here. Make our history state. There. Come to here. Turn this off. Turn symmetry off. So you can see that the history brush is a really good way of transferring detail from one part to another pretty painlessly. The thing you have to be careful about is to remember that this is a projection brush. So if you're doing this, and I'm like, okay, I want this to be clean, right? You really have to make sure that you're looking down on the part, because see how I did that at a steep angle and see how it pulled all that over? And it's simple to fix. You just smooth it out. Kind of get back onto it where it's straight up and down, right? So instead of, just do it like in little strips and then rotate a little and do it in little strips. Anytime you get weirdness, you know, you can. And this is a big brush, so I'm getting pretty extreme things, right? Boom, you can come back in and get these cleaner. Right, smooth, smooth. Kind of roll it so you can see right there. Boom, boom. Here. Just come back in behind it and clean it up a little. And since I'm going to be sculpting on this anyway, I'm not too worried about it being perfect. But you have to roll with it, you know, rotate it as you go, because you'll wind up getting a lot of that really melodramatic projection. And now here, since I want to do some big moves, I'm gonna do this because I know that this is fairly big change, right? So doing big gestures, you can see how if you're not careful, you need to come back in and get it from a different angle, make your brush smaller, less destructive, and you can kind of creep up on these surfaces and get them to where you want them. Decide what you want to carry over and not carry over. And just make sure your transition is okay, right? So now I have that detail on the ring that has the architectural back. It is cleaner, right? So burn it. Ooh. Right? And it's nice because as you move along, you know, I wasn't super careful here, right? So you can always come back smooth and creep up on these with smaller brushes, right? But like I said, I'm going to sculpt on this, so I'm going to come back and clean this up by hand no matter what. So this just gets my detail transferred over pretty quick. And like if I really liked, you know, some of this stuff, you can just make sure that it stays in there. Boop. And there we go. Now, I didn't duplicate this. I'm going to duplicate that because this was a good base ring, right? So, boom. If you forget to duplicate, just duplicate it and then go back to the one that has the history and go back in history with that one. Because this was a good plain skull reference, right? No. I guess it wasn't. Did I do that? Whatever. Okay, this is the one we're going to work on. I don't know what I did with this. We're just going to delete it. All right, so now we have this guy again. Ta-da! So anyone feel free to ask questions because I'm not really don't have a real agenda at this point. Good night, Sarah. Always a joy to have you around. Of course. Of course. I'm working on it, Sarah. Give me a little time here. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Those aren't quite symmetrical enough. It's okay. Nothing. It was just a demo, and it was nothing. It's nothing you didn't see in class. It was just purely me explaining that when I say ZBrush for jewelry, I'm not necessarily it's really ZBrush for small manufacturing, because everything I teach you, you can get out of. It's all about getting models out of print and retaining control of your meshes, and just went over all that stuff. And then of course someone made me, so when I didn't do a clean install of 2021, I just had the beta and then I installed 2021, and it didn't actually overwrite the beta. So my program was being a little squirrely, and then they were like, show us, a fabric thing. And I showed the fabric thing. It didn't even work. I was just like, okay, you know what, guys? No, I told you that I wasn't going to do it. And then you all pressured me into it. And then it looked like poo. I was like, no. Well, I stopped it before it looked too pooey. But you know what I mean? It was just like, meh. Meh. Here, let's do this. Boop, boop. Oh. That looks sort of like the center of that, doesn't it? Yeah, close enough spin on. Get my radial grid in there. So that's what, here, I'll show you. So that's what I was trying to do. I don't know if you were watching with the devil face, and I kind of pulled in. I was like, wow, what was I trying to do here? The thing with it is this. Boop. The way you're probably going to have to do it, one of two ways, right? So what I was trying to figure out, come in, mask an area, right? You want to do it here. Oops. Oh, like, why is that doing that? Want to do it here. So you take this, you come in, you'd either mask it, get it to whatever the size you want. Extract. Take this, accept. There it is. Oh my God, what the hell did I do? All right, obviously had a number of things masked there. Okay, turn symmetry off, and I just want this. Hide part, delete hidden, and in all reality, I only want this. So that, backface masking. Actually, we can do it this way. I think it's a different subtool here. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Yeah. Boop. Delete hidden. ZBrush, and just take this as low as we possibly can get it. Detect edges. Turn adaptive off. ZBrush. So I'm just going to run through a handful of the ways that you can get the grid, okay? And see, this is a pretty good grid, right? But the problem with this is still not square, right? So if you take, here, let me just make one. And here we go. I never remember which way these are supposed to go. W. Let's turn this into cylinder. No. Right. This is our setting, okay. And then I need 1 sec append. I'm just trying to do this as fast as I can. W polycube, boom. I want this to be 2. Okay. And so now transparency. I'm not even going to bother making them pins. So obviously you're going to get too many prongs. You'd cut these in half, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to show you the problem. Here, let's make these squares so you can see the issue. Auto groups. Boom, 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 boom. Stop that. Oh, damn it. You're going to make me crazy. Are you kidding me? Stop being a pain in my butt. Is there a way to activate the brush mask on only one face and not the other side face with using depth mask? I don't think using depth mask. The easiest way to do that is just make each face a different poly group and then you can select it at will. Okay, so we have this guy. Let's move you to the center. All right, so now we have this. And okay, this is the wrong direction. Flip. So that's sort of the directionality of that form, right? Now, here you can see, because once again, we're going through curved surfaces. See how this breaks up? So the problem with trying to just generate a quick mesh is that they're not going to stay square. So when you come in, you do geometry, you turn on dynamic, you turn on, oh, hold on, we need to turn that to 0. Turn micropoly on, hold down this, let's take this little guy. And so you can see that as they distort, your shapes distort, right? So that's a problem. Any of these flat surfaces, this distortion is where you get a problem. Nano mesh, you can kind of get it to work a little better, but it's doing the exact same thing, honestly. It's distorting. So the next way you can try to get your mesh is, let's come back here. Come on. Is beep. With the topology brush, you can And I would hope that you're a little bit more careful than me in this, but this is really more just showing you the problem with the, so if, oops, you have a good enough hand to make these square, and you can see that, now this is actually where Lazy Nezumi could be very helpful, because you could get these to be rulers, right? But so if you could make these square by being more patient than I was, right, you then can do the same thing and get less distortion, but you can see you're still going to get distortion here, right? So getting a grid that's perfectly square is the problem, right? Now, I was trying to experiment with the fabric, because you can have, on your fabric, you can have a square mesh, and you can assign it to return the stretch, right? But it's still, you still get split. You know, it doesn't stay square. It does that lozenge thing, right? You know, where instead of a square, as it stretches around stuff, you get that lozenge shape. So I don't know any way to get a good enough grid that stays square to be able to use it that easily. Because honestly, if I do pave setting, right, if I'm trying to do pave setting, I have, I just do it by hand. Because honestly, you know, the only reason you're going to be doing pave is for rendering, because there's no stone setter in the world that wants you to be doing its pave. Yeah, we did that. It's tricky because it's moving, you know. It's not ZBrush doesn't understand give me square grid, right? Now, hold on, let's just, I know that ZBrush doesn't want us looking stupid. But here, let me give this a shot. Split to mask points. And we are just going to delete you because no one needs that garbage. Delete. Okie dokie. So, now, oops, shit, what? Stop hitting buttons. Are you kidding me? Okay. Gonna be one of those days, I see. No, man. I am button happy all of a sudden. But see, here you can use History Brush just as an eraser when you're being a ding-dong. Okay, let us Lightbox, projects. This project has a square grid. Would you like to save changes? No. And then I am going to Lightbox. I'm going to go to Quick Save. I'm going to go to this guy. And we are going to have frame. I am just pushing all kinds of wrong buttons all of a sudden. Who turned perspective on? Blah. All right. So W, I'm not going to go through changing the directionality of the gravity. What's going on here? I'm just going to rotate this to the side. And let's get this to where it's more sort of the peak, so we're not getting too much distortion there. And then this is our, of course, turn paint off. I don't want any of that crap on there. Now, can't I turn? Oh, you're gonna make me crazy. Okay, so we have this lower res, lower res. Okay, and then I want to go W. Boop. All right. We are going to append you to the skull. Nope. We are going to take you, rotate you like that, straighten, get larger so the squares are roughly the size. So we need them twice as big as that. And now let us go. Ah, it's not there. Poop. I need fabric transform brush. Oh, there it is. See transpose cloth. That way you can use. Why did that just go? Oh, I must have shrink or something like that on. Self collision, for collision, gravity. Interesting. Inflates 1, resolution 240. That should be fine. Okay, so see, it's not, see how it's returning to that square? That's good. That's what we're kind of shooting for. Oh. Where are your collision volume? Recalculate. And that's sitting there. Let's take that inflate down. Boop. All right. So that's staying on the square pretty well. So let's do this. Let's just shrink this to fit the scale. That's just easier for right now. You can change the scale of that, but right now, because the scale, there's a setting on that's making it go back to its original scale when you move it, that's fine, because that's actually what we want it to do. And I don't want to go in there and futz with this in front of everybody because I can't remember my own name, let alone what I need to do to get that to work. So it's just easier to do it this way. I know. I don't want to hear it from you guys. Tomas, you are so cheesy. But I'm not going to make the feature look stupid when it's me. Oh, that's floor collision. Okay, so we need to take you and bring you back up here. Get you up some more. Get you up some more. Let's turn that off. All right. So now we're going to take this guy and we're going to bring you, oh, we've moved things. We have to recalculate the collision. Because I've changed the scale and moved stuff, you have to recalculate the collision stuff. There we go. All right. So now that's stayed that. If that stays square, this could be a potential answer. All right, let's go to you. Let's hide you. Let us now come to this. Let us turn dynamic on. I don't know why that wonked out there. Oh, see how there are three, they have that set. Smooth divider 0. This is still going to be small. Hold down control. Micro poly on. Hold down control. Where'd my little groover go that I made? Did I leave it in the same subtool? No. Whatever. We'll just use a circle. I think they have something that that'll tell us if it's distorting. Ooh. No. But see, even here, right? See how these are circular and then these are getting oval? This is going double-sided too. I thought that's interesting. Oh, I thickened it. No, we didn't want to thicken it. Why did it thicken? So that's a plane. Do I have thicken on? Dynamic. Oh, here we go. Thicken. Turn that off. All right. We have that. We have that. And now let's just take a circle. Micro poly on. I'm just going to use a ring because that could be a seat, right? And so now we need to rotate these. X, I think. There we go. Now see, those stayed pretty darn consistent. So this actually could be a pretty good solution. Now you're going to, you're going to have issues on your, it's not going to line up around the edges perfectly. But that will give you a flat plane, and these stay primarily circular. So let's just look at this. Boom, boom. All right, we're here. We have our skulls turned on here. I'm going to take these, hide part. Take this. See, it's still kind of off grid, but with a little work, I think this might be Let's just go here. Boom. Boom. Hide part. That's pretty close. And then we'll kind of just slide that up. And just get it sort of, that looks like a good grid. So we're going to take you, mask you off. Hide part. Oh, well, here, we're going for there, right? You're going to have to work on that area, obviously. Here, I'm just going to mask it and get rid of it for now. And obviously we could be more careful with that, but hide part, that's okay. Delete hidden. So now if you take so if we now go Lightbox, oh, I have brushes here, one sec. We'll just use one of these. Brush, round gem, that, no, stop that. I was looking at things. Where's my, so that one is an azure cut. Here, we'll just use this one. No. Everybody stop. Holy Hannah, this is tiny. But that's okay. Here, we're going to turn curve off, stroke, curve mode off. And I can drag that. Oop. I'll just kind of do that. And then we are going to auto group. Split hidden. Take you. We are going to hide this. We need a cube. Just give me 1 unit helper, that's fine. It gives me a cube. Frame. I need that cube to be sliders subtool. We need to be 2, boop 2. Resize subtool. Alright, so we have a 2 millimeter square here. Alright, why is that? The lighting is weird. The lighting in this scene is weird. Okay, we're getting there. So now we have this. We want this. Sliders to subtool. I want this to be 2 mil. Yes. Resize subtool. Alright, whatever. What happened? Frame. Oh, you're way over here. Alright, so we need to go W, get in the right direction, home, boop, frame. Whoa. Whoa. What happened there? What is going on with that? Oh, that is cloth. That's the cloth transpose tool. Got to make sure to go back to the real transpose tool. That explains some problems we've been having in general. Okay, so transpose tool. Now I can just move that. Okay. So now we bring this in. So my prongs are in the wrong place. whatever. We're going to have overlapping prongs. Deal with it. Okay, so we have this guy. It is roughly the right size. Here I'm just going to make him touch. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to deal with it. All right. So now we have this guy. Oh, we have to move this to a different. You can't do it for both at the same subtool. Boop, boop, boop. Append. Boop. Delete star. All right. So now we come back here. We have our sheet. Hide everybody else. Frame. Boop. Dynamic is turned on. Micro poly is turned on. Hold down Control and tap. We select our stump. Slider to subtool. Well, now that's weird. We're kind of there though, right? I mean, those don't look like they're distorting much. But for some reason, it's winding up on the corners. It's not winding up in the center. What did I do? All right. I wonder if I have to cut these. I know this is going to be ugly. I don't want to hear about it, guys. Shh. Delete hidden. Come back to here. Got you. Frame. Control. Well, there is Nano Brush that's similar, I think. Well, you'd have to cut everything in, right? Now you can cut it where it leaves the prongs. Okay, it's obviously something. This brush, because I pulled it from a different brush, it's just not working perfectly right. But it looks like that could be a solution. Sorry, I apologize for I don't. You have to be. It's much better to build your brushes than trying to import things. And like you saw earlier, where I left the square in there and it came in as square, so. What it's looking for in that micro or in the micro poly, whatever it is, it's not, because see, it's landing on the corners. It's not sitting in the middles. And I don't know. It has something to do with, fit. Did that do anything? Whatever. So here, let me I'll show you how I do that, because I do have a brush set up for that, and we can do it. I don't know how to get the color fill object. No. I don't ever paint things. I don't even know how to get rid of that, so I can just have blue grid. Here, let me just do this real quick, because this is something that is doable. Let's get this back to a real scale frame. Okay, there we go. So we have our guy here. Boop. Okay, let me delete all this crap. All right, so we have our guy, right? And I, once again, am just going to quickly draw a grid here. And you can set the ticks on this. See how there are ticks? You can get them so you can draw more perfect squares, but I just want to show you this quickly so you, if you start playing with it, you can at least have an idea of what's going on, or at least how to set up your brushes. Okay, so we have our grid, right? Split masked. Turn that off. That's nice. Okay, so let us go here, select that guy, delete hidden, right, and let me get the brush out. Boom. Now where are my brushes? Shared bead set, single bead, single, full stone set. That's what I need. Okay. And we're going to come to you. And we're just, oh, all right. So it says this is my full stone set. Why are these? All right. So let me split unmask. How did things get unmasked? I don't understand. Split hidden, so bizarre. Merge down. Delete that. And now so I have these, okay, and this is a complete set. And what that means is it has rendering prongs, a stone for the renderer. It has the fabrication prongs and a seat cutter. Okay, so as we, where's my guy? Here, we'll just do one, right? And you obviously you can array mesh it or assign one of these as a micro poly. You just have to rebuild it so it ties into the micro poly so it's thinking correctly. But this will give you an idea of what I mean by still being able to do it. So we're going to take the full set and we're going to drag it on here, okay? And now the first thing we notice is that the problem is that these aren't seating right. So you need to make sure that this is down. And obviously when my brushes were reset or in one of these, so you can see that that's poking up, right? But if this is a curved brush, that'll hold. Otherwise you're doing this in one set, so I'm not going to be too winky about this. Let's just drag it down a little bit more so it's sitting there. A little bit more so you can see the seat being cut clearly. Right, so we have this. Boom. And now I'm going to go like this. And let's throw this in a append. Okay, delete. So the nice thing about this is that it has all the sets you need, one, like I said, for rendering and for, let's mask that. I want to pull that out just a touch. All right, W. Let's get into this one. So that's our flush point. And let's get this up. Sink that seat in just a touch. Great. So now once you lay your brush in, you go split to similar parts. Boop. Okay. Oh, of course my prongs aren't the same. Wonderful. Those are one set of prongs. These merge down. Merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down, and merge down. Okay, so we're going to take this, we're going to throw all these in a folder. If you go W, where's my W? Come on, there you are. If you have all, let's say you have a bunch of different things that you want to put into a folder. If you make this all parts, right? You come in here and you go new folder, enter, and it's gonna, is everything else masked off or something? Okay, let's come back to here. Everybody's moving. Drag you out. New folder. Fuck. Normally it'll ask you, do you want to put all the parts in the... I love it. Demos just never work. They just never ever work. So you get all your parts in here. And so let's determine, so these are cutters, these are stones. So these belong to different groups. This is, that's the rendering prong. That's the stone, right? So that's a main, no, that's the cutter. See, so that's the rendering prongs, right? They're already low and sit, and you have the stones. So those are going to sit here. That's add, that's cut, that's add, and that is start. So the thing to see is, let's turn on live Boolean for a second. And you have to determine which ones cut which, right? So see how the cutters are cutting into these prongs? The prong needs to be below the cutter. And now it's not there, right? So now we know that we're in the right order. And so if you go, bring this guy down here, and you do, both those are adds, turn these off, go Boolean folder. Oh, we're not in a folder. Boop, boop. Boolean folder. And so you get this, which is your rendering model. And then you get this. Make that start so it doesn't go past that, right? You know that start stops the Boolean in order. Turn these on. We can turn those off. And now turn that off. You turn off. And you can see that it's not cutting into the prong, right? So you still have to cut your groove in. And now you just go Boolean folder. And so now what you have is your rendering model and your your production model, and it puts everything in the same thing. And if you want to duplicate the base skull inside the folder, you just put start on it, and you can run both, and it'll produce both in one Boolean run. Right, so now we have production model, rendering model. And if you want to do so you just duplicate this guy, drag it down here, turn that into a start, turn that off into a start, turn both these on, and now you just do Boolean folder, and it'll produce both models in the one Boolean run. Hello, Philippines. How are you doing? Did the weather really kick your all's butt? I know there was a big storm. That was pretty recently, wasn't it? I know I live in a cave. I'm sorry. I'm not the most informed person. But I hope you're well and safe. And come now, you can do it. Right, so you can see that it produced the rendering model and the manufacturing model. So you can really set these up where once you lay that stone set in, and if we make that a single one of those a micro poly, they changed the name on us in the middle of it, so I'm having a hard time remembering what they changed it to. You can get both your models done at once, and everything's in place. So if it's coming in on those squares, you have your rendering and your manufacturing model, I think you could do it. Hello, Japan. Ohio. I miss Japan. It's been a long time since I've been back. So did that help at all? Or was that just a long, convoluted yabber dabber? So it looks like if you use that setting in cloth where it keeps it square, right? And you build a micro poly that has all the different sets in it. You can split by similar part or group. I would group them, and then you split by group. It breaks it up into different parts. And then you have everything set. You just run it twice. You have your rendering model and your production model. I don't know what red alert is, but sure, why not? I'm open, I'm easy, and I'm usually up, right? All right, kind and gentle folk, give me a second. I will be right back. I gotta go potty. Potty break. Oh, broken old guy break. Holy cannon. All right, hold on. All right, so 1 second. Let me clean my glasses because I touched myself in the eye when we were doing something. All right, boop. Put on my glove. Stylus, glove. Oh, the stars are out. Oh no, I got some really cool pictures in the backyard the other day. You know, JR, I'm really a manufacturer. I don't really use displacement maps. I know that and this is, I do not know how people use noise successfully. I just, and so I'm not sure if it works with noise, I'm assuming it could work with a displacement map. And so if you come in, surface, noise, noise scale. Okay, here we go. And then, is it the noise plugin where you pick dense? See, I can never get, I don't know, maybe I just don't have. I can never get any of these to work. And I'm sure it's just a setting that I'm missing. Sorry, let's just use noise, I guess. Turn that off. Noise. You know, it'll apply with the mask. Right. I do use vectors, actually. I primarily do it with, like, we did a bunch of licensed university logos and stuff, and I draw off those vectors. It's mostly it's logo stuff, because I'm really an idiot in Illustrator. One day I just need to take a basic Illustrator class, and because I'm a Photoshop user and they do not work the same way. So it's like I can't even draw a line. Sometimes I just get so frustrated. I'm like, but I'll tell you what is very cool with the vectors is where is it? Adobe Capture. And so that is a vector image. This can be saved as an SVG. And then you can bring something like that in and loft it, and it's awesome. Yeah, no, I'm a Photoshop. Seriously, every time I open Illustrator, I'm like, because I get it, you know, because it's really funny because I used to use Quark Express, and I could get, you know, you could do the multi-tiered, multi-layer line drawings and fill and all of that. Now, okay, I don't know if anyone remembers Quark. It's probably 30 years ago. Actually, I know for a fact it was over 30 years ago. And I always figured I could just hop over to Illustrator and it would make sense. But I've never really sat down and tried. You know, I sit down, I want to make this. It doesn't work. I get frustrated and I piss it off. And so I need to sit down and just take an Illustrator class one of these days, because the SVG stuff's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you have the Adobe stuff, the Adobe Capture is awesome, because you can turn these into SVGs and you can see how detailed it is. And that's just a photo that I just quickly took a picture on the computer, right? So actual objects, it does cool stuff. It's a neat program. I don't know. See, you can take it and then you slide this and it changes the right. So if you really want it something clean, you can futz with it and really get it to where you want it to be, and then that'll turn into an SVG. I don't know if that you could see that might have been yet just another one of my grand demos. I don't know. I'm assuming you might have been able to see that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's the same engine. You know, it's Adobe. It's the same engine. So yeah, you can do any. It's just super easy on the phone, so you can run around and take pictures. Because I do it that way, or I use my camera, right? So cool. Yeah, no, I use Adobe a lot for just that, and like to create pseudo depth maps out of logos and stuff like that. But I've been using like CalArts was like an alpha testing station or place for Photoshop. So we had Photoshop. They released Photoshop in 91, and we had Photoshop, I want to say even 89 and 90. We had it for a while and we were testing it. And it was so funny back then. It was like, you know, I mean, it might as well have been Windows Paint with a blur edge, you know. It was so funny. Yeah, no, Photoshop's worthless factors. All right, so hopefully that kind of was worthwhile, I guess. I don't know. Delete folder. We don't need that crap. Delete. Okay. Let's go back to... What do I need to work on? Does anyone have any questions before I just pick a model and start working again? You want to see something cool? I went out the other night and took some pictures. Wait, look at this thing. Oh, I can't believe it doesn't get any bigger than that. Damn it. That was my backyard. It was so cool. It was so pretty. So this was night before last, because last night was new moon. Tonight's new moon, so hopefully I'll hop out tonight. Right? There's no moon tonight. Yeah. So I'll try to take more pictures tonight. There's Mars. The Big Dipper. Boop, 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 boop. There's Mars. Ah, it's so cool. I love I have a camera that does like nice night photos. And this Zeiss Batis 18mm lens. Ugh, it's just so sharp. It's so gorgeous. Super cool. Had to share my star pictures. I live in Washington. I live about an hour north of Portland, about 2 hours south of Seattle, out in the middle of BFE, in the middle of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm kind of hoping I'll get some better pics tonight, because there was still a crescent moon and it was rising, so you got a little bit more light on those outside edges. But, oh, it's so pretty. So pretty. That wasn't from the Hubble, you dork. Those are my pictures. I took those pictures. Those are my pictures. What is this stuff? Mikey's, do you remember me? What this was? Oh, that was that big pearl. Oh, okay. I remember. I need to print some of these pearl rings. It's so funny. I've been so busy. I haven't been printing anything. It's been really just like, what? And it's great too, because that's a 60 megapixel camera. So those pictures are huge, but it has Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. So it'll just send all the pictures I took to my phone. So I have usable images. I know, it's kind of cool. I have this frame on it because we do video stuff and I can clip things on it. And also, I don't want to drop a $3,500 body. You know, if I drop this sucker's, and it has my name on it. Smart Rig makes good stuff. I had a really hard time. I was deciding what camera to buy, because I'm also going to use it as a video camera and a webcam and all that. And Sony's killing it. Holy Hannah. It's actually quite impressive. Yeah, I had a pretty good job. I made a little over 10,000 bucks, and I was like, you know what? I have the money. I'm going to buy a good preamp. I'm going to buy a good microphone, and I'm going to buy a good camera. I was like, done. I'm going to do it. I have the money right now. Let's just do it. Yeah, even the best ones, you might get some detail, but it's like sandpaper, the texture sand. I mean, if you see, like for bridal and stuff like that has no detail, it's fine because you're going to polish it off anyway. But for anything for detail, metal printing still isn't there. I mean, like I know people who are doing metal printing, but they're using that sand texture. They're designing for that sand texture. Hold on, let me see if I can find Bathsheba's. She does a lot of right. I mean, you can see, she doesn't care about the texture, so it's not a big deal. She's making use of the texture, but you can see, if you want something that's detail, it's garbage. And I did that necklace in titanium, and there was not, it was mostly shapes. It wasn't a lot of detail, so you could get away with something like this, and it was fine because we polished off the inside. But yeah, it's poop, and it's expensive. I mean, it's just a lot easier to just it's not there yet, and a lot of it where the issue the issue is oh my god, it's like falling apart over here. The issue is that the particles are not small enough. You can only fuse as small as the particle is, and that's the detail, right? And so the size of the particles is the problem with metal printing right now. Shapeways is, I mean, if you want to do metal printing and you actually want to do metal printing, 3 gold roll. They're in Italy. Roll gold. Gold Pro Italy. It's something like that. Not Mark Ford. This thing's awesome, this X1. It's a really cool printer. It prints additive, like it takes microscopic pellets of like ink, it shoots fluid ink or liquefied metal, right? It's melted onto a plate, so as it hits, it's just at fusion temperature and it seizes. It's pretty rad. I don't think. No. Pro Gold? One sec. If you want to do metal printing, these people are the best. Pro Gold? Yeah, it's Pro Gold. This is them. but you can see it's still, right, it's still, if you're looking for something with a bunch of surface detail, it's problematic, right? But if you're going to do it, this company is the best, as far as I know, as far as my experiences. I've had them cast titanium for me, and they did a spectacular job. And it was only like, it was a choker, a tall choker, and I think it was only like $2,800. Yeah, which isn't brutal, But they've been doing it longer than most people have, and they're no joke. They've been doing jewelry for that long, right? So here's actually a perfectly good example. See, this laser centering, it's pretty tight. What they're doing is pretty tight. And I don't know many people who are doing it this well. Right? You can see your surfaces here, right? But you notice not a lot of this stuff is sharp edge detail, right? Because to grind those things down to sharp edges becomes, or, strong linear detail becomes a problem. But they can do this, right? These are all interwoven, so it moves around. It's cool. They do good stuff. I would say if you're going to try to do it, this is the company to do it with. They're good. Let me see. Let's see if winners of their design content. And they're professional. They're not cheesy. They're good. Right, but you can see that what people are creating is not, it's not like what I'm making, right? You have to design for your process. And, you can see what people are doing. Come on, you. Right, flat planes, ridges. You can see this, like the chameleon here there's just not enough detail to make it interesting, you know what I mean? So either you have to design with that texture in mind. Right, but there's no detail in the face, there's no, this is straight cut detail, so it's flat, so that polish as well. Yeah. But if you're going to do metal casting or metal printing, these guys really do it. Now this thing's awesome. Like I said, I can't believe I remember Pro Gold though. That's funny. This X1, this is a cool printer, if this is the one I think it is. Yeah. So this is additive metal. Right. And you can see that even here, it's just the particles aren't small enough to do perfect surfaces. Oof, sexy machine. Yeah, no problem. That's why I'm here. Yeah. Well, the gizmo tools for curve. Hold on, let me see if I can So you come in, import SVG. Do I have an SVG sitting around here? Oh, here's one. Right, so you've brought this in. Oh, I hate this. It makes everything look like it's bubbling toward. I have to create a new scene. This is making me nuts. Sorry, guys. I can't. Like that little bit of tone there weirds me out. I'm strange. Okay, new project. Give me my new project. Okay. Sorry, that. See, flat, clean, no fake depth. New SVG. Obviously, this is not a detailed SVG, but now you have it. Now, the one thing you will probably want to do, because SVGs wind up with bizarre geometry, right? You have, this is garbage geometry at the end of the day. So what you do want to do is come into ZRemesher, detect edges. You know, I'd probably say for something like this, 2's fine. And if it's not, you just keep going it. So detect edges. I don't think we need to do anything else. Turn adaptive off. Boop. And, you know, so let's undo that. We lost some of that. Let's just make this 5. ZRemesher. Boop. Okay, so we still didn't keep our edges. Undo. Make it 10. ZRemesh. There you go. So you get all your basic shapes. You're clean. Now, what I would tend to do is now that we have a clean mesh with edges detected, I'm going to keep that. And I'm just going to lower this down. Back to 5 ZRemesh. And you can see that now it'll retain some of that. So get it to as low as you can in your first ZRemesh. And then you can divide it and it can stay clean. Or if you're not going to do subdivision levels and stuff, let's go back to here and let's just take this up, go up to around, 10,000's fine. ZRemesh, boom. And that'll give you plenty of geometry to futz with usually. Where are we at? We're 9,000. Yeah, here. Let's actually give us some geometry here. ZRemesh. Right, so now you have a lot of geometry. You're fine. And so you go into W and go bend arc. You can come here and bend it. And you can see that it starts to distort. Well, what you can do with this is you can change the size of the radius, and that will affect the distortion, right? Because you're changing the size of the circle to retain your to keep it from distorting so much. Is that what you were talking about? And then if you need it to come in, accept, you can also use bend curve. And let's get the curve going the other direction. It always takes me a little time to figure out how to use my darn. Come on, where are you? Nope, I want you. There we go. And then we need more points. Right? And now with this, you can take this and I have symmetry turned on. You know, if it were like, let's say an arm or a shin brace or something like that, you know, you could come in, do that and get it to your form. Does that make sense? So yeah, you can. And then you can switch directions. Oh, you have to push accept first, sorry. Damn it. Boom, accept, go back into bend curve. Now you can go in this direction. And let's say you didn't want it to be perfectly round, you know, you want it to take, let's say it's a torso or something, you know, you're trying to go around something. You can do a lot. And then there's also box modeling here. You know, if we come out here, there's deformer, and that's a box modeling, right? You can pick and really kind of tune it this way, right? And of course you can increase the quantity of that one, right? So if you really want to get in there and get detailed, right? So there are lots of ways that are kind of more CAD alterations that are in Gizmo. The only thing you have to remember is that it cannot have subdivisions, right? It's only going to work, the Gizmo tools only work on a singular mesh, no subtools. Okay, hold on. Just need to curve a little bit. There it is, Gizmo functions. I'm totally guilty of that. Is there a way to make the layout less ZBrush and more design friendly? Can you tell me what that means? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, I design in ZBrush, so tell me what you're looking for, and I will see if I can find it for you. You push W, or it's this guy right here. But if you push W, it comes up. If you push Q, it goes away, right? And then to get into the deformers is just this little menu up here. Hit that gear. And these are the basic polys you can use, or these are the primitives. I'm like poly. I got poly in my head. Primitives. But remember to accept things, right? Like, you're happy with this. See how this is still orange? That means it has a live deformer going on. So you come and accept and see how that's not orange anymore. So just remember, if that gear is orange, it's still in the middle of something that hasn't been accepted. So it'll either go back to something or it won't. Accepting is important. Hello, I've been new and watching you in the background. I was wondering if this software can take 2D cropped out face and convert it to a 3D mesh. So, no, not as easy as what you want. But someone was telling me about this the other day. Let's go to, was it? Okay, so Daz, and it is Daz. IDG Portrait Studio. No, that's just Someone was telling me that there is a DAZ plugin that if you take, you have a front view, a side view, and then the other side view, and you kind of align points. DAZ. Because I had never heard of this, and plugin. Hold on, let's do that. See if we can see something that shows them setting up. See, it's sort of like this, except you... He showed me a screenshot of it. So if I see the screenshot, I didn't even know they did this into ZBrush. And now I understand how everybody and their brother does beautiful anatomy and kind of crappy prop sculpture. It blew me away because, like, you know, anatomical sculpting was a thing when we started. And, you know, you had to be kind of good to do it. And all of a sudden, ZBrush Central is full of, like, these absolutely beautiful anatomical bodies. And then you, like, look at their props or something that's kind of crappily sculpted, and I'm like, I don't understand how you're not getting beautiful props as well as beautiful sculpts. Daz has a Go Z. Who the hell knew? Headshot maybe? Okay. This might be it. So if you get a photo from the front and the side, like it has this thing where you, I don't know if that is it. It's something like, if you do a little research, there's something in DAZ that allows you to pick depths. Like if you put the point in the eye and then you turn it sideways and you put the eye depth this way, it can analyze the depths from those points, and you get, I guess, fairly realistic portraits. Face Gen Modeler? Well, that could be it. Yeah, I think that is it. Right, and then you put the picture in, and then you go back in and you tap like the points in it. And he showed me a couple of portraits that he did. He's a good sculptor too, so God only knows how much work he did on it after the fact. But you might want to look into this. Because it was actually interesting. I was like, oh wow, that's kind of cool. But I guess you get a basic DAZ model, and then you bring in the portraits. You do this, it dumps those forms into DAZ, and then you can make that model, and then you can just go ZDAZ into ZBrush, I think. Yeah, I think that's it. Because see how they're putting the points on the jawline? Yeah, I'm guessing that this is the thing that he showed me. But obviously there's stuff out there, you know. Or you can just face bank for face gen. Oh, really? So they're, I guess they have a lot of celebrities already made. Well, there you go. Look at that. The colors are really weird, but I don't, does that actually look like Winona Ryder? It's always hard to tell without hair, isn't it? This is like the weird world of bald people. I like how no one has, like, the backs of their heads are missing. It's like all of it's, but that's okay. I don't know. Maybe that'll help. All right. Thank you, Said, for your help. How to use bottom dock? Really? Okay, let's look at that. I'm down. She's got baby chin. It was like just. See, they always. I'm just gonna say this. It's annoying. You need to show me pictures without these skins because a skin can make up for really bad geometry. Interesting. Oh no, I don't use Daz. I downloaded it maybe 8 years ago or something like that because they had some really beautiful ship models. And I was building a bunch of ship models and I was like, okay, why am I going to sit here and do this when I could just buy this thing? And it gave me all the parts. So when I was doing other ships, I just used those parts. It was nice. They had some really good ships. Let's look at pirate ship. I think they had the Constitution, I want to say. And the model was stunning. I mean, it was really nice. It was like $10. I was like, are you kidding me? Who the hell puts domed glass in your pirate ship? That's just something that's going to blow up. No. Oh no. There is one thing I so some of you use Daz. I'm understanding, I guess. So I was told there's a way that I can take my ZBrush models into Daz, impose them in Daz, or I can convert their models into like my sculpts. I want to know how to do that because I have some toys and stuff like that I've been playing with for a long time, and if you can take that model, pose it in Daz, and then bring it back in, that's what you can figure out, Mike. How do I take my models and get them into Daz? How to put multiple gems with prong to geometry. Well, all right. Here, we'll just take this. Ring. Shoot. There we go. close enough. Oh, so you can't do that anymore? Because I was figuring you might need to use, like, it has to have a grid, right? Like, you know, I'm assuming there's a body that it understands that it's mapping to. Could you find a body that's close, import it into ZBrush, project it to your new sculpt? That way you're not actually changing their geometry, and send it back to Daz? Is that something you could do? Or is that still broken? My watch is about to die. All right. Because like my orc and things like that, it'd be so fun if I could pose that stuff. Pooh. Pooh. Because I just want to take my sculpts and pose them, you know, because that's nice. Because then, like, if you're doing figures or figurine things, or you know what I'm talking about. Because it's a pain in the butt. I do the dynamic pose here, but if I like the character, it'd be cool to be able to do multiple poses. Damn it. That's not what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear, oh yes, Tomas, you can do that easily. All right, stones. Light box. Tools. Where's that? Jewelry tools. Gem stuff. We're just going to use round stones for now. I think that's an ideal cut, right? Yeah, close enough to ideal for me. Append. Stone. Delete. Let's make this smaller. All right. I'm gonna ZModeler. Right. Decide on what size you want your stone. Slider's a subtool. Let's make that a 4 mil. Resize subtool. Boop. There we go. Let's make it bigger. Ain't gonna be scared. Don't be scared. Right, get your stone in, and you want multiple stones, so go home, boop. Control, hold it up. Go home, rotate. And then mirror and weld. Ooh, no. Fine, don't mirror and weld. Hold down control, drag it up, go home, rotate it 180. Oh, so what's not center? I see. Got to make sure your stone's centered first before you do any of this cool stuff. Boop, boop, boop. Kind of important. Boop. Get it kind of up there. Hold down control. Hold down alt so you're releasing the lock. Go home. Hold control. Hold down control. Drag. What is going on? Why aren't you... What do I have locked? What's going on? That's there. Hold down Control. Why is that not working? Oh, mesh is partially hidden. Okay, delete hidden. I'm like, what in the hell? All right, go home. Drag up. Go home. Rotate to where you want it. Straighten out. Drag up. Go home. Rotate. Right? So now your stones are all in place. Into make it stuff in ZBrush? What are you talking about? Make it stuff. Well, you can tie Z spheres in as a posing model. No, my whole thing is that like for making miniatures, right? Let's say you sculpt your little dwarf. Well, Daz has like hundreds of like posing packs, action adventure poses or whatever. And that way you could take your model and just go book, 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 and have like, you know, your 10 different miniature poses, and you wouldn't have to do anything. You push it because it's a pre-programmed pose. I don't want to go on all that crap work. I want to push a button and change the poses so I can just manufacture them in different poses. Yeah, and I mean, if you need any help, or like you're running into an issue and you want, feel free to contact me. I'd be happy to help you do that, because I mean, it sounds like an interesting project for you, and you know, I'd be happy to help you try to get it up and going without a doubt. So just email me. I think Mikey's boasts my email. Just email me and I'd be happy to help you further if I can. I mean, it's not necessarily what I do, so it's not, you know, right, not the best help maybe, but I do what I can do. You would have to re-rig the model in Blender. I mean, in Daz from an OBJ. How hard is it to rig? Where it'll actually change its body shape and all that crap to the poses and stuff, where you could slide it and actually use it. Oh, well, hold on. I need to set up an email at the education thing, so all these things go to that email. So I'm not. I field like 150, 200 emails a day, so it'd be nice if all this stuff went to Mikey's. We need to do that. Remind me to make an email, which is a email I can post on things like this. So when I check that email, I know it's all Q&A. All right, so back to this guy, I guess. I'm trying to solve the problems of the world over here, man. All right, so let's do this. We will take this guy, Z modeler, boop, 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 doop, boop, 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 doop. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Boop. And we are going to take this little guy. This little guy. Hold on, let's do this smart. I was about to be very silly. X and Z. And boop. Move. Boop. Alright, fine, I'll just move them in then. Aren't you being a pain in the butt? That's okay. And then, boom, oops. I think we're going to use extrude so they come out at a different direction. Obviously, these are not quite in the right place, but you can see how. And in all reality, I don't go too much farther in this because I wind up sculpting a lot, right? And so, obviously, these should have been aligned to that point there. So let's mask that off. We'll go W, turn symmetry on, and we will rotate left and right. Well, now that's weird. I have local on. Do I need to move that just a touch? Yeah. It doesn't like it when it's going from center. Right. Now let's come back to these. Let's take boop. Nope. Move. And then depending on how you want those to bridge, you know, you can insert edge loop, decide where you want that to be. Boom, boom, boom. Insert edge loop, decide where you want that to be. Boom, boom. And then, oop. Thing is that QMash. Move infinite XYZ. Kind of point that face at that face, get it so it snaps, and then come back in, and you can delete these. So it's one straight line, right? And then these will kind of bridge over. Bridge over. Bridge over. Oops. There you go. And so that's your rough setup. You know, you can kind of add geometry if you want, you know, creating other shapes. But at this point, honestly, I'd keep this really in this vein. If you wanted these to kind of join together and be a little bit more solid, so those aren't just floating, you know, you could do something like that. And then divide it up and start sculpting. That's literally how I would do it. Hey Shingo, how's it going? Doing very well. Well, Bill, you make it sound so simple. I'd be over there like cussing and screaming. I'm like, mother first. Well, I can say this. Um, lots of all kinds of people have all kinds of opinions about crap, but I've been printing high detail jewelry for about 18 years. You probably want to keep the geometry as low as you possibly can. Um, it's just easier on the printers, you know. I try to keep most models with after decimation and about 1,000,000 polys. Um, Obviously, there's some models that won't hold. I mean, I don't know if you were here earlier, but here, let me load this ETL. Um, so this is actually a model that I sent to print already. Um, and you can see that at 1,000,000 polys, it's retaining quite a bit of geometry. Actually, it's this one, sorry. That's 1.38 million polys. And that is as detailed as any printer made today is going to be able to print, right? And the decimation algorithms in ZBrush are just so good now. I don't think it's really a big deal. You know, I mean, look at that. To bend the tabs? Oh, you mean seat the prongs? You mean these? Yeah, you always want to get a jeweler to do your stone setting because, you know, these are just under a carat a pop, I think, right now. And I mean, now I would sculpt this much more, right? You know, I mean, I wouldn't leave it like this. That's my block up. So I would come in here. I know that I have a round seat, right? So it's easy enough to come in here for the center one, round, get this up. And now your hold on, clay tubes. So you're coming in here, you're actually creating seats, right? We actually need some geometry here. I mean, these prongs are way out of position. Right. You're going to want to come in and actually sculpt your prongs out, sculpt your seats out. And here's another really good usage for lazy Nezumi. Come in, turn this on, rotate it, drag it to where that's now front. Let's move it down. You have your X and Z turned on. Turn your circle on. Boop. Grab it, move it to the center. Now at this point I would have drawn a center grid so I knew where center was. And then that way you can come in here and now you can draw a circle at this angle on this part, right? And it allows you to draw circles at different perspectives. That's super great. Come in, get all this stuff up, bend them to the right angles, you know, so they're actually covering what you need. You know, get your stones in here. And, you know, another really nice thing is like using move and then, where are you? where's my brush? Oh, here we go. Infinite depth, and I'm going to use Z, turn it on. And this way I can take this brush and move my prongs. And you can see that with the infinite depth, it's moving it both directions. For the most part, you want these sitting where the prong is about halfway into the stone. And you probably want right around a mil or a little less. I mean, depending on what it's doing. And this way you can kind of set your silhouette with that infinite XYZ, get your prongs sort of in the right places. And so it definitely, I mean, there's a whole lot more going on there after that block up. I'm just saying that's how I'd block it up and then, you know, sculpt it to where it goes. For printing? Well, yeah, if you can get it down to 20 to 30,000, that's great. I mean, you know, for something like this, you're never going to get that to 20K. You know, there's just no way in hell that's going to happen. If you have smooth surfaces, I mean, well, here, let's just, you know, if you go to 20K, no, 20K is silly. You don't need to go that small. I mean, there's no printer in the world that's going to choke out on a 1,000,000 poly model. So you're safe staying under 1,000,000 polys, right? Actually, here, let's just, I want to escape that actually. Yeah, it's going to do its thing. Yeah. What kind of flowers? Well, now, okay, it completely depends on what you're talking about. I mean, if you're just, are you talking about like your base models when you're working on your form and things like that? Or are you talking about going to a printer? You know, because if you have any kind of detail in your model, I mean, here, look, this model is now 20,000. You know, there's no detail there, right? But if you have a 20,000 poly model, and hold on, let's duplicate. Let's go back and undo this. And let us make this our history state. We can come here and get this down, turn on history brush, turn on Sculptris Pro, turn symmetry off. And if you're not looking for as tight a resolution as that is, you know, this is 20,000, and I can come back in and get some detail of this and keep it still pretty low poly. But you can see even at this low poly, by me just adding enough that you can see the detail, you know, we're already at 75,000, right? Does that make sense? So you're not going to be able to retain any kind of printable resolution at 20,000 unless you're dealing with, you know, cartoon characters or something that have no detail. Sure, that's 20,000, no problem. I was like, thank Mikey. Or you could take my class and actually learn how to sculpt for printing. I've seen what some of those dorks say. Right? So, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about something that's coming out of the computer, that's way too low. Mikey's over here solving people's problems. Maybe you should get a job with Shane. All right. So, I mean, I think you can see just by me putting enough geometry in to be able to see some of the detail, we're already at 200,000 polys, right? So, no. I'm so fucking with you. That's funny. Oh, we were setting stones. Yeah, I mean, it's, to be deadly honest, it's not much more complicated than that. You just need to then sculpt it, make sure there's enough meat for them to grind out. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, it's not really rocket science. You know, you're being a designer. Now, the thing is to develop a vocabulary, or not a vocabulary, a dialogue with your caster and your stone setter, and they'll give you input on. Some people like to set with thicker stones. Some people feel okay with thinner prongs. You know, it's your stone setter who's going to tell you that. Oop. My watch is dying. My watch is too big. We use silicone. We 3D print the model and then make a cold, not a vulcanized rubber, but a cold, right, where you just mix it and pour it into a flat or a cube. And you split it and just use a standard wax injector, because a lot of printers have problems casting the resins that printers generate. And so often it's just easier to make a silicone mold and make waxes, like actual jeweler's wax, because then there's never a problem with it burning out. No, I don't have. Sorry, getting weird messages. Okay, that's funny. Shinya sent me a golden ratio and Trump's head. Right? I get heckled by my friends while I'm streaming. Mm-mm. Right? See? It's just learning how to see. Hold on, where I had flowers. So basically, I mean, I guess I can do the lily block up. my favorite is one of the things that I teach my students, but are they stylized flowers or are they going to be hyper realistic flowers? So the one thing I would say, I mean, I assume you're starting from scratch and building the flowers. Keep your block up simple, right? Here, let's move infinite Z. What the hell? Where are you? Because I'm surely not in the center of the world. I don't know how I got way over there. I'm being really brush sloppy all of a sudden. I already have. Boop. Just keep your block up super simple. Try to, you know, do it flat first. You're going to be a lot happier if you get your form in flat, divide it up, and now just knock off the edges and start sculpting. Why is my screen the wrong size? That's weird. All right. In this way, you can lower your res, smooth things out, bring your res higher up, keep your subdivision levels, right? You can do sort of some big motion changes here, right? Inflate, get your little nobular there. Turn on clay. What's our kind of get your rough outline. First of all, get out of there. That's come to the top. And now start thinking about the depth of the model. Lower your res just a touch. Get moving here. Boom. Try to keep things kind of large and gestural at the beginning so you're not getting really swamped out with stuff. Boom. Boom. The other thing to remember, especially if you're going into printing, is that you need wall thickness, but you can hide your wall thickness by implied thinness. So, you know, here, let's make this a rollover. All right, so let's get our belly in here. Right, so we're going to roll this edge over. Boop. High res, high res. And now this is going to come back down in here. And so that's that lip kind of breaking and rolling over that edge, right? And the thing is that you don't want, like, that can't be super, super thin, right? So you just imply that there is this lip there. Let's use cloth. Right. And this way you don't actually cut it all the way back. You just get these things. And also up in here, right? This can be, I mean, that's thick, right? But as long as the edge you're meeting, because you're not going to look at both sides at the same time, right? So as long as this edge is implying that it's paper thin, you know, from here it looks paper thin, and then like from there it looks paper thin, but look, you know, I mean, it's a beluga belly. So, right, and then once again over here we're implying thinness. Too much. All right, I want it coming out at that angle. Trim front. Get the flat where it's facing the direction you want. If you go to move elastic, hold down Alt when you do it, it pulls straight off the surface, right? So, right, see it's pulling 90 degrees to wherever I'm touching it. So that way we can bring that in, and it's 90 to whatever. Gives a little inflation there. Oops. Oh, I have infinite Z. I'm like, what is going on there? All right, well. And remember that with texture, if they're not going to be super realistic, leaving your brush strokes in give motion and direction to your surfaces. So that can be an easy way of implied detail without actually putting a shit ton of detail into it. You can see as long as I have this this texture going in, you know, we're kind of fulfilling what the inside of that should be, right? We're trying to make it look like a scoop, so we give it curved lines and it looks more like a scoop. Knife. Lower your res. Knock that back and down behind some. Bring your res back up. But definitely, you're probably going to want to still work in quad models. Don't start dynameshing stuff because you start to lose your capacity to control your surface. And sculpt at a somewhat high resolution, right? You know, this is what, at almost 3 mil. And that's fine for this right now. And then if you need to smooth, just drop your lower resolution and smooth down here, right? And then as you come up, you can higher res, smooth, higher res, smooth. And you're smoothing at higher res, you're just taking the subtle detail off, but you're leaving like some of those architectural elements. So, I don't know. I find it to be a better way of working. Why is that cubing out? That's why. I'm like, see how that's jittering? I hate that. It need not jitter as such. Yeah, so, ta-da! Right, and you can see that this looks thin, but it's not, right? And so if you're going to have something that you're going to try to get out there that's going to be something that someone touches or holds or something, like even here, how this is now thin, I would come back in and fill it up in one direction. And that way you have some thickness in this, right? But because we're kind of making it a triangle, right? So from each direction you're getting artificial thinness, I guess you could say. Because once again, you're only looking at the one facet, so it appears to be thinner than it actually is. And you can get that by, you know, defining those horizon lines. And that's going to show you what, or that's going to tell that depth story. So if you have these sort of edges, right? As you roll around, see, we're telling it that that's thinner. It's not, it's just a little dip right there. That looks like it's thinner because it looks like you're getting, right, thin here. That's going the wrong direction. That would come down. And that's how you're selling that thin edge, right? And it's not that it's super thin, it's just you're telling these thin stories, you know? I don't know, that help? Document. And then once, we've done this pretty on plane, it's very simple to come back now and move this to give you more dimensionality where you want it. But I tend to find that it's easier to work on a plane first, and then you're not getting so overwhelmed by so many different options, right? Get the thing where it needs to be, and then move the thing where it needs to go. Right? So, and when you're doing moves, use bigger brushes, and that way you can do whatever you need to do. Cool. Once again, you're just kind of telling these let's divide, cube, boom. Mm-hmm. And it starts to that's not quite right, but whatever. These actually go in behind one another. I'm off in here, sorry, but whatever. Not going to get too cry about it. I'm just trying to get my rhythm down. So divide. We can lower that one. So now just come in, and I know these kind of go over one another. And the only reason I'm using a knife brush first is because this pattern is super important with petally flowers, like how they go in and over one another. But I know that I've already muffed this up, so sorry, but I think you know what we're talking about here. Right. And so, boop, go back to clay tubes and define these edges. And then once again, you can have a lot of thickness there. You just want to imply these edges as thin. Yes, I do use an SSD for quick save. And once again, at this point, I'm not super worried about the shape of the petals. I'm just trying to define my cavities and my, right? And just kind of get this stuff sort of going. Right, so that's close. Come in and then, you can get these to be as woogly and wonkly as you want them to be. Define your edges, right? If you want, obviously this is closed. If you want to roll those petals out, you just put the weight on the other side, right? And then roll it down. And that's sort of where you're composing it, when it's rough like this. And so that's going in under. This is going to kind of come over and back over, right? So that's a roll. And that's coming back up and pinching in this way. And so that over and under creates those dynamics that are kind of cool and interesting. And right, and just decide where those ridges are. Oops. Totally misunderstood what was going on there. And then probably go back in and cut some of these deeper. Right, and then you can use pinch to kind of really kind of come in and get some of those things edgy and thin. So now you kind of have your surface edges, and you just want to decide how you want these surfaces to read. So if you're trying to get sharp lips in, you just come in and like sort of how we've done this here, right? All we're doing is we're trying to make that edge look thin. So how do we do that? We're going to bring this in and we're going to scoop this out. Right, and so now you're getting that ridgy, sort of lippy thicknesses, right? And then, if you can get as detailed as you want and start putting like the wrinkles in and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's pseudo rosy. I mean, I obviously didn't spend a lot of time on it, but, No. I mean, I've had this one for 2 years. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't hurt it. Right, and then, obviously, if you have something that is just remember that everything is over and under, right? because we can't use twist in radial symmetry. This is one place where I will use a cut tool. I very rarely use cut tools, but if we're defining an outside line, that's fine. That's okay. But even in something that's flat, you're still telling transition stories, right? So keep the edge sharp. And then you can roll these edges and add a little weight in here. So that leaf, has those dynamics. And remember, it's going to pinch there and probably there. So you have a roll and some meat there. You can thin this edge out, feasibly. And then you can come in and futz with it, right? Turn symmetry off. And now you can use twist to do your separations. Now this flower is obviously bending in the wrong direction. And just by going over it by hand, you're making these different so it doesn't look so perfect. Or however that plays out. Now that I changed the direction, we have to change the direction of our leaves. But I think that, you want to go lower res? That's the lowest res. Oops. Right. Flower. Is that what you wanted to see, Henry? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you just need to get in there and get the, so another here. So let's W, let's turn that into, let's start with cylinder. Oh, delete lower. Boom, cylinder. All right, we're going to close that up. And we are going to make this we'll make a 7-petal flower, right? No, other direction, W, boom. X, make it 8, right? No, 7. All right. And turn symmetry off, W. Sometimes when these are odd numbers, they don't like to be in the center of the world. It's really funny how, all right, so X doesn't line up. See how it doesn't line up? It's really, it's a common thing. It's very bizarre. I don't know. The world of computers, it does dumb shit. I don't have answers for it. But that's okay. Q, boop. Z modeler. Extrude. Be very careful using extrude. No, I don't want you. Bastages. Hold on. It should pull those off. Interesting. Okay, we'll turn that off for a second and we'll just pull this out. Boop, 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 boop. Turn the symmetry back on. So, boop. Scale. Where's scale? Scale, boop. We do need insert edge. It's funny how that's different. Learn something new every day. Move. 2 million will do. Let's go back to send, radial count. Let's do some moving and shaping first. Alright, play. Let's turn this crap off so we can see what we're doing. Instead of getting stressed out about the forms and stuff, just think about what's going over and under to begin with. Just get your layer pattern sorted out, right? And that allows you to be a little bit more free with your form. because you're not stressing out about the exactitude of what's happening around it, right? You're just getting in there and moving some shapes. Smooth stronger is, I'm like, why is my smooth brush not working? Right. Lower res, lower res, lower res, smooth. High res. SK twist. Back to clay tubes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, you're just trying to figure out what's happening to that leaf, right? Where is it convex? Where is it concave? Because you want to tell these stories with light reflection, not lines, right? And so You know, you can generate things fast, just keep things moving, get them going, and then you can go back in and really tune them up. You know, you can decide where those edges are and where they're sharp and where they're going. You quitting? You quitter. Yes, I did. Uh-huh. Nope, they're coming along. It's okay. This week's going to be very productive. All right. What time is it? Oh, it's 1:16. So, I don't know if that helped or if I've just been sitting here slagging around silly flowers, but yeah. Okay, so where do we stand? Mikey's is leaving us. I've made a bunch of goofy flowers. Does anyone have any questions? Because I totally am fat. Cool, because I was just trying to, you know, obviously just trying to jam stuff out there so you can kind of get a feel for, you know, just the process of blocking it out quickly, getting, you know, your planes in. Remember to think in layers, right? Because none of this crap's flat. You know, it needs to be. And I'm not using any reference, obviously. I'm just making goofy flowers. You're bored? Oh, I see you fell asleep on your keyboard. You're not bored. Or maybe you're so bored you fell asleep. See how you are? All right, guys, how are we doing? Yeah, I guess we can. I tend to like to try to keep it on the crit night just so it's just so everyone is there and they're trying to, you know, learning from the crits, and I think it's nice to see the comparisons between stuff. But if we're out of questions, it is 1:18, so I can go for a little longer. I know last week it was weird. My stomach was on fire. I don't know, for like 3 days. It wasn't like heartburn. It was just everything I ate just burned. It was horrible. The last Monday of the month is critique night. And there is a link. I think it is, I should put it in there so everyone can see it. It is, well, that's that, but where's they have a much nicer little address. Oh, there it is. No. But that's almost it. Here, let's do this. Boop. Stop it. Bump. Bump. And then that is actually bop, bop, bop. Ba-doop-boop. Zebra bump. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Ta-da! Oh, look at you go. He's like, and you've dragged me back in. Yeah, ZTLs are preferred, but OBJs and STLs can be imported as well. It's just when you make a ZPR, you force me to go into your, because the ZPR carries all your presets and stuff, so it changes my world and it makes me deal with your world, and I don't like that. I like my world. I just prefer to stay there. I'm all yawny now. See, I started thinking about going home, and now I'm thinking about going home. I guess a lot of people wrote in last week and were like, hey, he quit early. I'm like, oh, man. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So I might actually hop out here soon if there aren't any more questions. I'm happy to stay and answer questions. It's just if I can actually get some sleep, it wouldn't hurt me since I got up at 7 this morning. Cool. No, that'd be nice. And I will happily tell you what I think about them. Cool. I'm super glad. Are there any other questions? Because I did get up early. I don't know if I'm actually going to make it till 4 tonight. Yeah, normally I stream till about 2:33, in that range. I usually get home about 4:30, and it's just like Tuesdays are not super productive days for me. Well, I'm glad, like I said, I think a lot of people, their streams are like show streams, and you're watching them work. And that's cool. It's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking anything about it. I just think that, I don't know how many just really open Q&A sessions there are. And so I just think it's nice to provide it. And this is a good time slot for it, because a lot of people who participate with me don't really get a chance to participate with ZBrush Live. So, I figure might as well get some knowledge out there, right? Not 2:33, 2:30-3, 2:30 to 3. Well, isn't that the point? I don't know. ZBrush really changed my life as far as my creative capacity, because I'm not a computer user. I was 30-year physical sculptor before I touched ZBrush. I feel like I'm old to be doing digital stuff now. I'm like, I'm old, you young kids, you whippersnappers. But yeah, I was introduced to it, and 16, 17 years later, this is all I do. If anyone ever taught, well, I left grad school because I didn't think I would ever be a teacher, and that was the only reason to finish grad school. And I hated Boston. I was not a big fan of Boston. It's a great place to visit. I'd come from a private art school in Southern California and went to Boston and Harvard. No. Whippersnapper. Yeah. Well, just so you know, we're starting a class on the 28th that I think is going to be on Saturdays. I think they said I have to start at like 9 or 10. Oh my God, waking up that early is hell for me. I usually work until 2 to 4, and then I wake up 9 to 10. That's usually my schedule. So having to be here at 9 or 10 means I have to get up at 7, and it's just like, I'm not a morning person anymore. I worked 15 years in the industry, and having to be on set by 5:30 in the morning, and I think I missed an entirety of 3 days in my entire work history. I'm OCD. I don't really miss work. I'm not late. I'm none of that crap. And I swore I'd never wake up again unless it was for some very, 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 very serious money. And no one's offered me that kind of money to wake up again. August 29th, yeah. And then hopefully by October, my education platform will be at least ready to open. Like I said, we'll have enough to keep you busy until we're going to continue to keep making videos after the launch, because there's so many videos to make. It's crazy. I'm so jealous of Shane. He's teaching one thing. He's like, this is stylized character modeling. And I have to teach, you can manufacture anything. It's a big difference. No, I'm looking forward to it though, because the expanse, like the plans we have for all the videos that we're going to make and some of the stuff that we're going to do is, I'm actually really excited about it. We have a great team. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Oh, burning my eyes out. Yeah, and soon because right now we're piggybacking on someone else's Kajabi. Sorry, started yawning. There it is. Once we get our Kajabi, I'll name it, and it'll be ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, and that'll be it. It won't have to have my Kajabi thing. No, so I think that my platform is going to be, I guess I can't say $1,000. $999.95. I think that's just so disingenuous and weenified. But $1,000 for a lifetime membership, right? And if you can't pay the $1,000 up front, we can take payments. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how it works yet, but I know that Ryan takes payments, so there's a way to settle it in. I'm not trying to just get your money and run, but it's a lifetime membership, and it's going to grow, and we're going to bring more people in, and I've talked to people, and I'm going to have like actual stone setters make little videos where it's like, this is what a stone setter needs from you, this is things to think about for casting. And we know so many people in the jewelry industry and in other industries that it's just going to keep growing and growing. It's pretty exciting because between the three of us, we know everybody in the universe, it feels like. And then once we can start traveling again, we'll start going to trade shows, and we'll be doing a YouTube channel that's tied to, going and looking at tools and looking at all kinds of other stuff. And, you'll get to see a lot of that. And, we have some really exciting growth potential. So that first round, we're going to have all the basic videos and a few project videos, and that's going to be probably anywhere between 50 total videos at that point. It's going to be plenty of hours of stuff. But then we're not stopping. I have 30 project videos that we already have written out, and breaking those into 15-minute sections, that turns into, those could be anywhere between 5 and 15 videos per project video. So I have someone who's making all the basic sort of like library stuff that's this is how these tools work. This is how this process works. It's very clean. It's very, not clinical, but it's just talking about how certain tools and certain things work. So it's like a reference library for the actual techniques and stuff. And then we'll have my library or my videos, which are a little bit more like the flowers, right? I'd be like, okay, here we're going to make flowers. And I would take what I just did there. And so, and if there's anything in that video that I do or we use that isn't in the reference library videos, we'll then in turn make reference library videos to cover any of the techniques that I'm not covering specifically. Because, I mean, you see me, I'm not, then you push Z, and then you push that. So we're going to have to, we're blending the two. So at least the project videos have a little bit more character and they're not so dry. I watch videos and I just want to bang my head with a brick because I'm just like, you know, a lot of these people have like absolute Merlin introductions where it's like, and then their videos like, and then you push Z and you try to come over here. Nah, I mean, my videos are going to be a little more like this, where I'm just kind of, they'll be a little more focused than me yabbering around like an idiot. But we think that that's going to probably be the better way, because I've tried to teach dryly and I really suck at it, you know. So I think that, you know, having me for the personality videos and them for the explanation videos, and it's just going to keep growing because he knows a lot of stuff that I don't know, and I know stuff that he doesn't know. So we're going to get a very good spectrum of base videos. And then, like I said, as soon as we can travel again, we'll start going to trade shows. We're going to start doing that, turn all that stuff in, you know, go opal mining. And because we know people who own gold mines and diamond mines and opal mines. And, you know, I think just going to these mining and, you know, doing a little trip and then, you know, a whole series of little videos explaining how the process works, and, you know, going and dealing with some really great stone setters and some really great engravers. And you can see what it really takes to do those things, and then kind of understand what you need to do to work with other people in the industry. And then hopefully, I figure it's probably going to be a year and a half, 2 years, we'll start to run a certification program where it's tested and you know, I know you actually know what you're talking about. And that will be a different charge, but you can take it as many times as you want, but you have to pass it. There's no, well, yeah, a wink and a nudge. I mean, if you don't pass, I'm not giving you a certificate, right? But once you pay for it, you can take it for the rest of your life until you get it. You know, I mean, I'm not greedy, but, you know. And then the next thing we're going to start doing is building a bunch of libraries, you know, brushes, technical parts, you know, micro polys, you know. And so it's going to be this just ever expanding thing. And I know so many people who can come in and make little specific videos about specific things. And yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, I really want to build a community more than just an education thing. Because if we have a community that has active members, we then can parlay that soft power, you know, that buying power, that influence power with other companies, where we can go, okay, well, you know, we can get X amount off of printers for the people, or we can get bundled. We have some tie-ins with Rio Grande and, you know, all of this stuff. And, you know, we can point you to casting facilities that can manufacture your parts. And, you know, and I want to get it to the point where we know plastic injectors and things like that for people who want to do toys. And, you know, it's going to grow well beyond jewelry. It's going to grow into manufacturing, but with its anchor in jewelry, because, well, we know all of those people. And I think that jewelry is a very good way for someone to be able to make something in their home, you know, where you can work from home, do something you love, and pay your rent, you know? we, we can have the thread of shame. Womp womp, failed 5th time. And maybe we'll make like, what is it? The Alcoholic Anonymous gets, the coins, 2 years sober or whatever. You get 3 times fail. Okay, I'm going to go to sleep too. Actually, I'm going to go home and try to take more pictures of the stars. Oh, trust me, I'm willing to give someone a fail token. I'm not above that. I mean, the other thing is like, I know so many, because at the end of the day, I want to have a place where we have real jewelers and real casters and where the forum becomes an open Q&A session too, because we have so many people who are real jewelers who are going through this, and people who are, so my issue is I have ZBrushers who want to learn how to monetize their skill set. And then we have jewelers who are trying to come in to, expand their tool chest or toolbox. And I think it's just a very exciting prospect. I think it's just completely open-ended, it's nice. So, yeah, I mean, and if you do take one of my classes that isn't my platform, I think we're going to give you like 30 or 40% off the entrance fee. So, because you paid for one class, I'll give you a break in some format or another. We'll figure it out. What do I know? All right, kind and gentle folk. I think that yeah, whatever. I think we're done. It's 1:30. I'll get home at 2:30. All right, that's okay. It's better than 4:30. Righto. Okay, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I hope that someone gained something from all of that madness and flower sculpting and all kinds of stuff. I thought I was going to, yeah. Indeed. See you guys next week. And once again, thanks a million for hanging out. If you don't own a copy of ZBrush, you can download a free trial. There's also the ZBrush Mini Core, which is completely free. And I've seen some people make some cool stuff out of it. There's some neat models up there. So that's always something to try out. Go to Pixologic and go into resources. That's a great place to find stuff. What else am I supposed to say? Am I missing anything? Watch other ZBrush live streams. We have so many new people. It's awesome. I mean, we have people filled up. It's great. I'm here every Monday. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Oh, wait. Hit my keyboard. I can't go anywhere without it. We go boop, boop, boop. And if you're not making sound effects, you're not trying. Okay. No, of course it's hiding behind Lazy Nizumi. I believe that is everything. If I forgot something, I'm sorry. Thank you, Pixologic, for letting me stream and yabber on well into the evenings of silliness. And yeah. Hope you enjoyed yourself. If so, join me next week. And once again, watch the other streamers. They're awesome sauce. And next Monday. Have a great one. Thanks a lot for being here.